Chapter 1604. His opponent changed from the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to the North Star Emperor, but the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit was still eloquent. It wasn't as thunderous as before, but great monarch Gaochen was merciless in his attacks. His killing intent surged. The killing intent of the mortal world seemed to have gathered here, causing the pure land of Buddhism to lose its tranquility. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit fought with North Star Emperor calmly. However, the golden lampsarara on his head was knocked over by the passing monkey, causing the Buddha to be in a sorry state. Karma has to be settled. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit shook his head and smiled bitterly. North Star Emperor had no intention of showing mercy. Instead, he followed up with his attacks. 6 starlight, divine pillars gathered and manifested thousands of celestial soldiers and generals, attacking the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit. However, what caught his attention was that the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit regained his composure and did not panic. Fellow Taoist North Star, why are you involved in today's mess? The Buddha said to North Star Emperor seriously, Fellow Taoist, there is no right or wrong choice in all these years, be it to fight or to make peace. However, fellow Taoist was thoughtless in today's most important test. Great Emperor Gaochen said indifferently, This is indeed the most important juncture. It concerns the rise and fall of Tao sect's destiny. Naturally, I have to come. If it wasn't for me getting rid of your eyes and ears, I should have arrived earlier. It's not too late. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit had a compassionate expression. Fellow Taoist, if you didn't come today, you would have allowed the Tao sect's lineage to survive. Now that you're here, your fate will be completely destroyed. You're not too late, you're too early. North Star Emperor could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. He focused his gaze on the other party's face. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit looked at the golden cloud that caught up to the rainbow light in the void. He saw the monkey appear and hit Taoist Luya's shoulder with his rod, causing the flowing fire to disperse and flesh to fly. He did not show any fear and sighed instead. All the glory of yesterday has gone up in smoke today. North Star Emperor frowned. Led by the Dipankara ancient Buddha, all the Buddhas, including the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, chanted, He's here. The waters of the heavenly river suddenly parted. A powerful aura descended from the distance. 5-colored brilliance lit up the natural luck. In the clear and pure Buddha's aura, one could only see the blazing red fire, the vigorous green light, the heavy yellow soil, the sharp platinum, and the long black water. The 5 rays of light were inseparable and flowed endlessly. Inside the 5-color divine light sat a Buddha. He had 24 heads and 18 arms. In his hands, he held tassels, umbrellas, flower pots, fish intestines, treasured filers, golden bells, golden bows, silver halberds, banners, treasure banners, lotus flowers, tokens, alms bowls, sharp spears, broadswords, relics, and scriptures. Everyone present knew who the newcomer was. Mahamayuri, Kong Xian. In terms of individual strength, he was truly the second strongest person in the Western Pure Land, an existence that was only inferior to the master of the Pure Land, Amitabha Buddha. The ancient Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Luya, who were currently here, had both been defeated by Kong Xian in the ancient era. They had been forced to flee by Kong Xian's 5-color divine light, not daring to fight him at all. During the ancient era's investiture of the Gods' War, Kong Xian assisted the Prime Clear Severing sect, defeating almost all opponents below the Tao realm. It was only when the Tao ancestor Taoist Juni took action that Kong Xian was defeated. He entered Buddhism and eventually became Mahamayuri. After that, Mahamayuri never appeared in the world for more than an epoch. In this epoch, Mahamayuri remained in seclusion. It was only during the recent 100 years that he made a brief appearance. However, during that battle, Mahamayuri presided over the immortal court alone, defeating the great sages and small saints of the demon race, including the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. Other than the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and a few other great demons who managed to escape, the rest were all captured alive by Mahamayuri. Under the situation where the Tao ancestors restrained each other, Mahamayuri single-handedly held the fort against 10,000 enemies. He single-handedly overturned the immortal court's disadvantageous situation, forcing the blessed lands of the White Lotus to retreat from the immortal court's 800 immortal territories that they had occupied for more than 20 years, allowing the blessed lands of the White Lotus to return to the immortal court's embrace, directly changing the outcome of that war. However, ever since that attack, Mamayuri had gone silent. After that, the two heretics clashed again due to the humanly essence stone shards. The battle lasted for 100 years. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race sent their experts to participate in the battle, but Mahamayuri never reappeared. Today, he finally reappeared, just by looking at the five-color divine light surrounding his body. Thou Lord Luya, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, and the others who had suffered under his hands felt heavy. Ever since the demon race appeared, Yang Jian fought against all by himself. Thou Lord Luya changed the tides of the battle with a single arrow and a single blade. Emperor Northstar's Triratna, jade, scepter landed on the immortal slaying flying blade. The three golden bodies of the great sage merged into one, gradually sweeping through the entire battlefield. Taoism and the demon race took turns to fight for supremacy. Only the Buddhists seemed to have lost their chance. Yet, the Buddhas of the Pure Lands remained calm and indifferent. Other than the impending arrival of Amitabha, their confidence came from Mahamayuri, who had finally appeared before them. Upon seeing Mahamayuri's appearance, the Dipankara ancient Buddhas said, "I'll have to trouble you, Taoist." The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, Mastamaprapta Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist Bantis also said, "Thank you, Mahamayuri." Mahamayuri nodded at them and did not speak much. He did not specifically target any of his opponents. Instead, he walked in the void and approached the immortal extermination formation. Whoever stood in his path would be struck by the five-color divine light. As he passed by the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit and Emperor Northstar, the five-color divine light struck down. Emperor Northstar, who was fighting with the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, could no longer be bothered with the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit. Instead, he focused on his new opponent. Mahamayuri scattered the five-color divine light and collected the shadows of the heavenly soldiers and generals. Then, the light spun a few times, and Emperor Northstar disappeared without trace. He continued forward, and the five-color divine light shone down. Yang Jian frowned and stopped breathing. The great Buddha shadow that he manifested was struck down by Mahamayuri's five-color divine light. The Buddhist kingdom in the palm was released, and the victorious fighting Buddha, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, and the others were freed. As he walked forward, he passed by two heavily injured nine-headed bugs that had been destroyed. Without waiting for the other party to speak, the five-color divine light struck down again. The nine-headed bug also disappeared without a trace. "Brother, are you going to help the Western Pure Lands again?" The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' expression changed. "You must know that the Maitreya Buddha also has a Buddha Sarira." Mahamayuri nodded calmly. "I know. When you return, you can talk to the Maitreya Buddha on my behalf. I'm also willing to exchange for the Sarira from him." As he spoke, he continued forward, and another five-color divine light struck down an immortal dragon head, who could not dodge in time. As he walked forward, he had already reached the edge of the immortal extermination formation. At this moment, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had just forced the black clouds immortal out of the formation when he encountered Mahamayuri. Mahamayuri's five-color divine light struck down once again. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's primordial ancestral lightning exploded, and the primordial chaos shook, blocking the five-color divine light for a moment. He wanted to transform into a streak of lightning and escape. However, the five-color divine light in front of him spun and struck down again. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's figure also disappeared. Chapter 1605. His previous opponent, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, had disappeared. However, the Black Cloud's immortal wasn't at ease. That was because the five-color divine light was also descending upon him. The Black Cloud's immortal was shocked and hurriedly threw out a treasure hammer. Wherever the hammer went, it would split open the void and shatter the stars. It was so powerful that even the southern extremity longevity emperor had to be wary of it. It was the Black Cloud's immortal's personal treasure, the Chaos Origin Hammer. Although its reputation was ordinary, its might was comparable to Heavenly Lord Guangxing's famous cyclic heaven seal. But at that moment, Mahamayuri's five-color divine light shone down and collected the immemorial hammer. Fellow Taoist, please don't make things difficult for me on account of how you suffered at the hands of Tao Father Zhuan-Ti for many years, Black Cloud Immortal said helplessly. Mahamayuri nodded. Fellow Taoist, step aside. I won't make things difficult for you. The Black Cloud's immortal hurriedly retreated, but there were other people in front of Kong Xian who took the initiative to welcome him. The monkey swung his cudgel once again, causing Tao Lord Luya to fall back. His old and new injuries flared up at the same time, and the connately fire essence spurted out like a bloody mist. Then, as the golden cloud churned, the monkey landed in front of Mahamayuri, standing between him and the immortal vanquishing formation. Mahamayuri looked at the monkey in front of him, and his calm expression finally changed a little. He said with some regret, "It's a pity that all my skills have turned to dust. Now that I've pieced them together, I can only make a clay doll. Although I often feel that it's a pity, the great sage himself is happy to be free." The monkey opened its mouth, emitting the voice of the Northern Ocean clone. As for whether he is a clay puppet or not, we'll only know after we battle. With that, Monkey raised the Rui Jingu Bang and smashed it down on Mahamayuri's head. Mahamayuri scattered the five-color divine light. Wherever the light reached, the monkey's body seemed to shrink and was swept away by the divine light. However, golden clouds appeared under the monkey's feet. With a somersault, it jumped out of the range of the five-color divine light. However, he did not take the opportunity to retreat. Instead, he continued to rush towards Mahamayuri. Mahamayuri's expression did not change, and the five-color divine light shone again. The monkey was once again captured by the divine light. He swung the Rui Jingu Bang in the direction of the dazzling void below. Grow! 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 Amidst the explosive roar, Monkey's body and the Rui Jingu Bang swelled up at the same time and then smashed towards the green light within the five-color divine light. The raging divine treasure metal actually caused the green light to become thinner. The monkey leaped and jumped out of the five-color divine light once again. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he raised the Rui Jingu Bang and attacked Mahamayuri again. At this moment, the distance between them was extremely close. Seeing that the Rui Jingu Bang was about to hit the monkey, Mahamayuri stood proudly on the spot, not moving an inch. The five-color divine light descended for the third time, engulfing the monkey. The monkey let out a long howl. As the golden light flickered, his body suddenly disintegrated, instantly splitting into thousands of clones. The five-color divine light swept out, sweeping down one monkey after another. However, there were still some who slipped through the net. They shrunk their bodies and jumped out of the cage. As soon as he escaped, the monkey's body immediately grew larger. Then, he swung his rod at Mahamayuri's head. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was very close. Mahamayuri finally took a step back to dodge. However, the speed at which the Rui Jingu Bang was descending seemed to have suddenly increased, and Mahamayuri was unable to dodge it. He could only tilt his body slightly and take the blow with his shoulder. The glass golden body instantly cracked. However, Mahamayuri no longer retreated. The five-color divine light appeared again, finally sweeping down the monkey. The monkey was trapped, but it refused to admit defeat. It swung the Rui Jingu Bang continuously, bringing about streams of golden light that spun, trying its best to repel the five-color divine light around it. However, Kong Xian's five-color divine light became increasingly intense, scattering down continuously. The monkey seemed to have fallen into a vortex. It felt that the divine light was getting heavier and heavier, Its body was getting weaker and weaker. It was as if layers and layers of creation worlds were pressing down on its body. Moreover, it kept on accumulating without end. The monkey wanted to break free, but Mahamayuri's appearance suddenly changed. The 24-headed, 18-armed Buddha golden body disappeared, and another Dharma aspect true body with a single head and 4 arms appeared. The new Buddha golden body faced the east. It was white and wore a white robe, a crown, a jade necklace, earrings, and bracelets. It looked very dignified. It rode on a golden peacock king and sat in the lotus position on a white lotus flower or a green flower. It had 4 arms. The first arm on the right held the lotus flower, the second arm on the right held the karma fruit, the first arm on the left held the auspicious fruit, and the second arm on the left held 3 to 5 peacock tails. The 5-color divine light continued to revolve. After the two fought for a while, the monkey's body finally disappeared. When the others saw this, the people from the Tao sect felt despair. The Buddhists and the demon race didn't rejoice in the monkey's misfortune. Since the ancient times, how many people below the Tao realm could force Mahamayuri to such a state? Only that peacock was still too strong. The Jade Great Heavenly Lord's whereabouts were unknown, and the monkey had transformed. Among the grand heavenly immortals, who else could be Kong Xian's opponent? Not only did he strengthen his defense after cultivating the golden body of Buddhism, even his 5-color divine light is stronger than before. Liu was injured by the monkey and couldn't fight anymore. However, it didn't affect his vision. Looking at the current Kong Xian, his gaze flickered. Yang Jian seemed to be in deep thought. He wanted to fight against Mahamayuri and leave the others to Yin Zhaoge and the others, who were manifested by the great sage equaling heavens. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles couldn't gain any advantage over the monkey. However, while the monkey's attacks were strong, he might not be able to break through the victorious fighting Buddha and the other's green lotus flag. To restrict the victorious fighting Buddha, the Masthemaprapta Bodhisattva, and the others, Yang Jian was still needed. Unfortunately, Mahamayuri was too strong, and the 5-color divine light managed to knock the monkey down. Only, Yang Jian had been keeping an eye on him. Within the immortal extermination formation, Yin Zhaoge looked at Mahamayuri with a calm expression. Mahamayuri noticed the abnormal virtual immortal as well. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Mahamayuri's expression changed. The 5-color divine light revolving around his body suddenly trembled violently. As the radiance continued to revolve, a silhouette appeared, which was faintly discernible. When everyone looked at it, they saw that it was the monkey that had been knocked down by the 5-color divine light. The monkey held the Ru-E golden cudgel in one hand and a spirit stone in the other. The monkey roared towards the sky. Then he opened his mouth and placed the spirit stone into his mouth. Swallow it. The golden radiance that soared into the sky suddenly expanded. It gradually pierced through the 5-color divine light and the universe's skies. The vigorous, tyrannical, and violent surging power vibrated nonstop. It caused the heavenly river to tremble. It caused the Buddhas to turn pale. It caused the peacock to bend his waist and lower his head. Mahamayuri was enraged. The 5-color divine light revolved rapidly and was about to knock the monkey down again. However, the monkey was currently standing tall. He stood within the 5-color divine light, unmoving like a pillar. The surrounding divine light was like the ocean. As Kong Xian swept through, it seemed like he could knock down the entire heavenly river if he wanted to. However, the golden silhouette stood tall and swung his cudgel towards the sky. With the momentum of splitting the ocean, a hole appeared within the 5-color divine light. Chapter 1606. The terrifying strike of the Rui Jingu Bang had actually broken through the rainbow divine light from within. As the lights and shadows flashed, the North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Immortal Chiu Shou, the 9-headed bug, and the others who were previously captured by Mahamayuri's 5-color divine light took the opportunity to escape from the gap in the divine light. In a trance, they turned around and looked at the figure that tore apart the sea of divine light. Feeling as if it was a lifetime ago. The other people outside were also shocked. Within the Immortal Extermination Formation, Yin Zhaoga said, the Fushi Zither's power can't be activated by itself. It can only be activated in response to the Tao Ancestors' attack. However, it didn't truly seal this place off. Instead, the Grand Heavenly Realm experts rushed over. He smiled bitterly. The North Star Emperor came to help, but Mahamyuri also came. Kong Xian did not speak, as he just appraised Yin Zhaoga. At the same time, five-color divine light revolved around his body, trying to mend that gap again and sweep away the troublemaker. The bitterness on Yin Zhaoga's face faded away, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said leisurely, 100 years ago, when I wreaked havoc in the Immortal Court, I always rejoiced that I acted decisively and caught the Immortal Court off guard. Otherwise, if the other party had invited you, Wisdom King, to guard the place, I'm afraid I could only escape 100 years ago. It would have been difficult for me to kill the traitor and take my revenge. Mahamyuri finally said, if there's anything different today, it might be that you can't even leave. As he spoke, the five-color divine light began to grow stronger. The five-colored light grew brighter and brighter, as if an overwhelming tide was about to drown the golden figure once again. Today is indeed different. Yin Zhaoga was not afraid. We will also improve. He counted with his fingers and said, for example, I don't need to join him myself. I only need 3 wisps of clear qi to manifest the true form of the great sage, heaven's equal. For example, we can maintain the existence of the true form of the great sage, heaven's equal, for a longer period of time. For example, Yin Zhaoga's smile didn't diminish. He said slowly, for example, although there are many repercussions, it can help everyone recall the great sage equaling heavens during his peak. Before he finished speaking, the monkey in the five-color divine light let out another long roar. Many golden clouds clustered around him. As he roared, his body swelled up again, becoming even larger. At the same time, 2 more heads grew out of the giant monkey's neck, and 4 arms grew out of its body. 3 heads and 6 arms. The same furry face, the same mouth, the same eyes of fire and gold, and the same Rui Jingu Bang. At this moment, the Rui Jingu Bang also split into 3 in his hands. Each of his 6 arms wielded it, and as it moved, it could destroy the heavens and the earth. The 3 pairs of eyes of fire and gold were even brighter than the sun. Its enormous body filled up the heavens and the earth, as if it had trampled on the mortal world and stood in the netherworld's yellow springs. Its back was straight, and its 3 heads were pointed upwards, piercing through the clouds as it scanned the heavens. The 3 Rui Jingu Bang lashed out together. Wherever they passed, creation ceased to exist. Everything shattered into the primordial earth, water, fire, and wind from before the opening of the heavens. It was chaotic, and the surroundings were dark and chaotic. Everyone present looked at the giant monkey with 3 heads and 6 arms, and their scalps went numb. They squeezed out each word through gritted teeth. Chi, heavens, big, saint. Looking at the figure that had finally broken through the 5-color divine light and jumped out, those who had experienced the primordial era's God-conferment war couldn't help but recall the scene of Tao ancestor Jinti breaking through the 5-color divine light. Mahamyuri's expression was solemn, but there seemed to be a dazzling flame in his eyes. His similarly huge transcendence golden body ignited with blazing flames, and the 5-color divine light spun rapidly to meet the great sage. Heavens equals 3 Rui Jingu Bang. Ever since the great sage, Heavens equal wreaked havoc in the heavenly court's divine palace during the middle journey to the West era and battled the great heavenly Lord Jade Emperor. The most pinnacle battle of the Zenith realm in history was repeated. The great sage, Heavens equal, battled Mahamyuri with the great heavenly Lord Jade Emperor's disappearance. This was the battle to decide who the current Zenith realm king was. In this pinnacle battle, both sides disregarded their surroundings and clashed without restraint, destroying everything in their surroundings. The massive heavenly river was cut off. The surging river water and the revolving stars were all smashed into nothingness. Even the endless void outside the heavenly river's water vein was affected. Time and space seemed to collapse into a single point, wrapping everything together. Soon, this point expanded again, and the figures of the great sage, heaven's equal, and Mama Yuri reappeared. The great sage, heaven's equal, was energized. With a long roar, he wielded the three Rui Jingu Bang with his 3 heads and 6 arms, pouncing towards Kong Xian again. Kong Xian's golden body was slightly dimmer, but the 5-color divine light was still as bright as before. He did not back down against the great sage, heaven's equal, and the 5-color divine light shone down. Both sides fought until the heavens and earth turned dark. One of them continued to activate the 5-color divine light, as if it was endless, wanting to wipe out his opponent. The other swung his Rui Jingu Bang repeatedly, deflecting the rings of divine light that were attacking him. He searched for his opponent's weakness, and the Rui Jingu Bang struck towards his opponent's body. When the bystanders saw this scene, they were dazzled. What an unforgettable memory. Yang Jian's third eye on his forehead opened and closed continuously, looking at the 3-headed, 6-armed figure. That was the Earth Essence Stone just now, right? Can you already bear it now? The North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had complicated looks in their eyes. During the Middle Era, when the great sage, heaven's equal, wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, they were one of the people who personally experienced it. The great sage, heaven's equal strength was not only because his demonic body was indestructible. Without the Earth Essence Stone, the great sage, heaven's equal's indestructible demonic body was one of the top existences in history. In the past, when he fought with the Jade Emperor, the two sides were in a stalemate, and he directly shattered the netherworld of that time. Previously, before he recovered to his peak state, he had already beaten Downlord Luya to the point of fleeing. Now that he carried the Earth Essence Stone and returned to his peak state, the great sage, heaven's equal, did not back down, clashing head-on with Mama Yuri's 5-color divine light. Just the shockwave from their clash was enough to turn the world upside down. When fighting with an opponent like Elder Brother, the outcome of the battle will be determined by the indestructible demonic body. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles's eyes flickered. In the current situation, even if the great sage, heaven's equal, was struck down by Mama Yuri's 5-color divine light, he had the confidence to escape with his indestructible demonic body. However, once the 5-color divine light was broken through, how many times could Mama Yuri withstand the great sage, heaven's equal staff? Although the outcome of this battle was still undetermined, as the battle dragged on, one could gradually predict the outcome. If the Tao realm did not appear, he would be the only one reigning supreme. The current Zenith Heaven King was still the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. He's not the real Sun Wukong after all. The Dipankar ancient Buddha stared at the battle. In his current state, he will definitely be able to maintain it for a shorter period of time. Let's see if Kong Xian can withstand it. At this moment, the connate 8 trigrams that originally enveloped the universe gradually disappeared. No matter how intense the battle in the heavenly river was, it was still safe and sound. The lotus petals of the silent green lotus trembled slightly, showing signs of blooming. The Fushi zither in the great Taoist Master Xian Du's arms buzzed. The last string of the zither finally broke. Chapter 16:07. The remaining strings on the Fushi zither snapped one after another until not a single one was left. As radiances flickered, another earlier 8 trigrams lit up, covering the skies and enveloping the entire sky. The green lotus returned to silence, but the battle before them was still ongoing. Seeing the last zither string snapping, both the Taoism and the mountain sea demons realized that they only had a little bit of time left. After a short while, the Amitabha Buddha would descend upon this place. The 3-sided battle became even more chaotic and intense. The great sage, equaling heavens, Mahamayuri, Dipankara Ancient Buddha, Suo Mingzhong, Feng Yinsheng, Yuan Hong, Yang Jian, Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, Victorious Fighting Buddha, Mazdamaprapta Bodhisattva, Yindi, Gaiety Buddha. Everyone was engaged in a battle. Taoist Luya, who was previously injured by the great sage equaling heavens, disregarded his own injuries and entered the battlefield. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor had just escaped from the five-color divine radiance. Without any hesitation, they immediately intercepted Taoist Luya and fought against the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, Chiosho Immortal, the Nine-Headed Bug, and the others. Within the Immortal Extermination Formation, the incongruous Divine Mother barely managed to sit in a lotus position. Her aura was still extremely weak, as if she was on the verge of death. Gao Qingxian used the green duckweed sword to refine the final bit of jade radiance on the immortal ending sword. Yin Zhaoge and Gao Qingxuan's clones controlled the Immortal Extermination Formation. Suddenly, a black-robed Taoist entered the Immortal Extermination Formation while cautiously observing the great sage equaling heavens and Mahamayuri's battle. The Black Cloud's immortal had returned. Previously, he avoided Mahamayuri's attacks and didn't dare to fight against him. However, now that Mahamayuri was obstructed by the great sage equaling heavens, the Black Cloud's immortal's thoughts were rekindled. Although Taoist Luya was heavily injured, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit and the others were here as well. Now that the Black Cloud's immortal had regained his freedom, he immediately seized the opportunity and rushed into the Immortal Extermination Formation, intending to take advantage of the situation. Within the formation, Yin Zhaoge laughed upon seeing this. Black Cloud's immortal, there's no way out of the Yellow Springs, yet you insist on barging in. Huh? The moment the Black Cloud's immortal entered the formation, he felt the killing intent pressing down on him. Even though he recognized the Zhu Xian formation diagram, the shadow of death rose in his heart. This feeling was completely different from the last time he barged into the formation. The last time he entered the formation, he wasn't the main formation user. Although it was difficult, he was able to move forward, and he didn't have this feeling of imminent danger. Now, however, it was really as Yin Zhaoge had said, as if he himself had barged into a perilous land where death was certain. The Black Cloud's immortal was shocked. Amidst the golden light and yellow mist, the doors on the four high platforms were already standing stably. 3 swords, Zhu Xian, trapping immortal, and slaying immortal, were hanging on the door beams of the 3 doors, glinting with cold light. Apart from that, on the beam of one of the doors, the shadow of the celestial extinguishing sword also appeared. The entire immortal slaying formation began to operate at this moment, unleashing its power. There was no sign of it being unstable like before. He was clearly wrestling with the 9 Bends Yellow River formation just now. The Black Cloud's immortal suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed greatly. The pitch-black chilly wind that filled the heavenly river had mostly dissipated. The water of the heavenly river was no longer as murky as before. It was much clearer than before. The stars in the heavenly river rose and fell again, faintly discernible. The Immortal Extermination Array became more and more stable and powerful. As for the 9 Bends Yellow River formation, it was the exact opposite. It was getting weaker and weaker. The others fighting within the heavenly river noticed the drastic changes. Everyone looked at the great sage equaling heavens and Mahamayuri, who were fighting as if no one else was around. How could they not understand what was going on? Unlike the Immortal Extermination Formation, which relied on the immortal exterminating 4 swords and the formation diagram, the 9 Bends Yellow River formation relied on the geographical advantage of the heavenly river's water vein. Then, the 2 grand heavenly realm pinnacle experts started fighting without holding back. As they clashed against each other, the heavenly river's flow was continuously broken, and the void was shattered. Although it was the work of the Tao realm bigwig, the immeasurable heavenly lord himself wasn't there yet. The Nine Bends Yellow River Formation's foundation was continuously being destroyed, which severely affected its performance. As the two great formations fought, the Immortal Extermination Formation's strength naturally increased, and it eventually suppressed the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation. As the two continued fighting against each other, the stronger one was, the stronger the other would be. They would continuously attack the other until their opponent was completely defeated. The stronger the Immortal Extermination Formation was, the weaker the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation was. As the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation weakened, the Immortal Extermination Formation would gain the upper hand, and its advantage would grow larger and larger until it became unstoppable. Even without the Immortal Ending Ancient Sword, the Immortal Extermination Formation still posed a huge threat to enemies beneath the Tao realm. The Black Cloud's Immortal rushed forward and stepped right into the Immortal Extermination Formation that was getting stronger and stronger. Greed blinded my eyes. Am I going to die here? The Black Cloud's Immortal sighed helplessly and could only retreat. Within the formation, Yin Zhaoge activated the prime, clear sword arts. His sword intent transformed into lightning, which shook the Immortal Exterminating Four swords that were hovering above the door. The Immortal Exterminating Four swords were shaken by the lightning and instantly released sword lights. The ferocious sword intent surged in all directions, and the horrifying sword lights descended like a rainstorm, slashing towards the Black Cloud's Immortal within the formation. The Black Cloud's Immortal was shocked. He could only focus and rely on his understanding of the Immortal Extermination Formation to move around within the formation, evading the sword lights. Even if he was born in the prime, clear lineage and had read the Immortal Extermination Formation's diagram before, he was still in a perilous situation. Within the river, the black-robed Taoist disappeared, and the gigantic golden whiskered turtle appeared. It was bobbing up and down, evading here and there. However, it was still occasionally grazed by the sword lights, causing its flesh to be lacerated. Outside the Immortal Extermination Formation, no matter if it was the Buddhas of the Blessed Lands or the demons of the mountains and seas, they all felt their scalps tingling upon seeing the Immortal Extermination Formation being erected. Although the Immortal Ending Ancient Sword was still missing, when the formation was fully activated, even Mahamayuri wouldn't have the confidence to barge in. The Dipankara Ancient Buddha chanted softly and distributed 6 sea-calming pearls to the surroundings to replenish the damaged heavenly river. If 6 pearls weren't enough, he immediately distributed another 6. However, Suo Mingzhang's attacks immediately surged, forcing the Dipankara Ancient Buddha to be fully focused. The Buddhists and demons could only try their best to delay the Taoists and keep them here. The earlier Heaven 8 trigrams diagram, formed by the last string of the Fushi zither, had already become faint and would eventually disappear. Within the formation, Yin Zhaoge stood up. He immediately took the Immortal Extermination Sword from one of the doors and personally walked towards the Black Cloud's Immortal. On the door, the illusory image of the Immortal Extermination Sword appeared. Within the formation, 2 real and 2 illusory swords were still hanging high up. Rays of sword lights descended one after another, causing the Black Cloud's Immortal to flee in all directions. He wanted to leave the formation, but he couldn't. Yin Zhaoge's figure flashed, and he suddenly arrived beside the Black Cloud's Immortal. He held the Immortal Extermination Sword and stabbed downwards. The Black Cloud's Immortal hurriedly evaded, but because of this, his footwork within the Immortal Extermination Formation was disrupted. Within the formation, countless golden lights flickered and penetrated through the Black Cloud's Immortal's body. The gigantic golden whiskered turtle was almost dismembered. He roared in pain and gathered his last bit of courage, wanting to pounce towards Yin Zhaoge. However, Yin Zhaoge dodged to the side. At the same time, he raised his sword and slashed downwards. Under the flickering of the dense green sword light, the sword chopped down the turtle's head. Chapter 1608. Yin Zhaoge's sword descended, slaying the black clouds immortal within the immortal extermination formation. A prime clear bigwig and a demon race great sage perished just like that, further increasing the immortal extermination formation's infamy. After beheading the fish, Yin Zhaoge pushed upwards with his palm, causing the immortal extermination sword to fly up once again, hovering above the platform's door beam. Golden radiances filled the skies, and yellow mists billowed. For platforms supported 4 doors standing within the formation. Dense killing intent surged into the skies, shaking the entire universe. Within the formation, ferocious sword cheese rampaged, shattering the void. The most primitive elements of earth, water, fire, and wind could be seen everywhere, scurrying about. The world of creation seemed to be destroyed. Everything was shattered and about to return to nothingness. It was a scene of doomsday. Yin Zhaoge remained unfazed. He quietly stood within the formation and surveyed his surroundings. The Buddhas and great demons that wanted to rush into the immortal extermination formation no longer dared to approach it. The horrifying formation condensed the ferocious chi of the heavens, transforming into a perishing abyss, devouring everything around it. Under the immortal extermination formation's influence, the surging heavenly river and the universe's stars dried up, heading towards destruction. Within the heavenly river, although the runes formed by jade radiances still remained, the dark chilly winds had already vanished. The river water's darkness faded away, becoming clear once again. As the immortal extermination formation revealed its sharpness, the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation finally couldn't hold on any longer and was destroyed by the ferocious sword cheese. The immortal extermination formation was worthy of its title as the number 1 ferocious formation, achieving a complete victory. The ancient Dipankara Buddha's sea calming pearl that helped to suppress the heavenly river was also forced out from the river by a formless force, leaving the ancient Buddha helpless. The immortal court's grand heavenly immortal, percussion heavenly lord's figure reappeared. His complexion was pale, and his aura was weak. With the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation destroyed, the percussion heavenly lord, who was connected to it, was instantly gravely injured. What made him feel even more despair was that within the immortal extermination formation, Gao Qingxian stood up and lifted the immortal ending sword with both hands. Only the last bit of jade radiance remained on the immortal ending sword's tip, flickering on the sword's tip. While the incongruence divine mother couldn't move, Yin Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, and the others already knew what they had to do to complete this final step. She lifted her hands, and the immortal ending sword flew into the air. Then, Gao Qingxian wielded the Qingping sword and tapped towards the immortal extinguishing sword. After the celestial extermination, ancient sword trembled slightly. It flew up to a high platform in the celestial extermination formation. It replaced its own shadow and hung upside down on the beam of the door on top of the high platform. At this moment, since the ancient investiture of the gods' era, the 4 immortal exterminating swords had finally returned to their positions. At this moment, the entire immortal slaying formation seemed to shake at the same time. When the people outside the formation saw this, they were all alarmed. It was as if they were welcoming the end of the world and were walking towards the end. Great overarching heavenly immortal physique, undying, unrestrained physique. However, even a grand heavenly immortal's life was worthless in the face of such a world-destroying calamity. Under the effect of the formation, the last bit of jade light on the tip of the celestial extermination ancient sword began to fade. Meanwhile, under Yin Zhaoge's instructions, the terrifying grand formation began expanding outwards. Boundless ferocious sword chi surged out in all directions like a tide. At this moment, the boundless heavenly river was engulfed by the sword formation and turned into nothingness. Within the cosmos, the heavenly river's water didn't freeze, nor did it evaporate by the side of the stars. Upon entering the sword formation, it was immediately shattered, turning back into the gloomy darkness before the heavens were split open, as if it had never existed. Patches of massive stars were engulfed by the sword formation. They instantly expanded, collapsed, and were annihilated. Everything was silent and insignificant. Upon seeing this, the Buddhas of the blessed lands and the demons of the mountains and seas had a drastic change in their expressions. After entering the immortal extermination formation, there was no doubt that they would die. However, right now, the immortal extermination formation was expanding outwards with the momentum of a tiger devouring a whale. It was obviously trying to forcefully trap them within the formation. Once they entered, who would be able to escape? No matter if it was Mahamayuri and the other Buddhist Bantis, or Dalord Luya and the other demon race great sages, all of them hurriedly fled far away. The sword chi was unleashed, enveloping the entire space. All living beings were plunged into misery, and all things ceased to exist. Time and space collapsed, and the great Tao crumbled. Many of the wondrous sceneries had now withered. White mists hovered in the air, and the green lotus flag shone with myriad golden radiances. Even Mahamayuri's five-color divine radiance could withstand it. However, under the immortal extermination formation's threat, the white mists drifted away and the golden radiance dimmed. The blessed lands of the blessed lands manifested by the victorious fighting Buddha, Madhyamaprapta Bodhisattva, and the others were filled with scenes of the Dharma decaying era. The Bodhi tree had withered, the pagoda had collapsed, and the Buddhist chants had ceased to exist. They had no intention of testing if the green lotus flag could withstand the immortal extermination formation. Instead, they hurriedly retreated far away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The five-color divine radiance that swept across the surroundings was immediately dimmed by the sword light within the formation. Mahamayuri, who was previously unstoppable, couldn't be bothered with fighting against the great sage equaling heavens anymore. He also retreated with his five-colored divine radiance. The golden-red sunlight hung low, as if the sun was setting. When Dalord Lu saw Gao Qingxian holding the immortal extinguishing ancient sword, he immediately commanded the demons to retreat. Then, he transformed into a rainbow and fled far away. Space collapsed, causing chaos. Even the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles felt his wings becoming heavy. He didn't dare to forcefully resist and quickly flew away. The light within the Buddha's light behind his head flickered like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. The sea calming pearl, which was emitting five-colored radiance, seemed like it was covered in dust, losing its radiance. The Dipankara ancient Buddha glanced at the green lotus in the river, shook his head, and sighed. Then, he hurriedly distanced himself from the immortal extermination formation with his fastest speed. Even Feng Yinsheng, Yin Di, Suo Mingzhong, Yang Jian, and the others felt their hearts trembling when facing such a formation. While the enemies fled, the immortal extermination formation's devouring speed was extremely fast. With the assistance of Dalord Luya and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, the demon race could still escape in time. However, the Buddhists weren't as fortunate. The virtuous Buddha, who fought against Yin Di previously, was caught up by the expanding sword formation and engulfed within. The blessed lands of the blessed lands instantly crumbled. The Buddha's radiance withered, and the golden body decayed. The virtuous Buddha let out a sigh, put his palms together, and passed away. His body was destroyed by countless sword chis, leaving no traces behind. Not even a Saraira was left behind. The immortal quartz percussion Heavenly Lord had nowhere to escape. He was devoured by the immortal extermination formation along with the river stars in the heavenly river before being extinguished. The majestic treasured radiance imbued with faith power within his body was also extinguished, leaving no traces behind. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit intended to escape, but someone suddenly appeared behind him. When the Buddha turned around, he saw the great sage equaling heaven's piercing fiery golden eyes. You were destined to fail from the very beginning. Unfortunately, we didn't win either. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit sighed. In the end, the Tao ancestors still managed to destroy the immortal extermination formation, and each of them only had a single sword. Big monk, you talk too much. The great sage, equaling heavens, who no longer had 3 heads and 6 arms, sneered and smacked his opponent's head with his staff. The former son of Buddha, one of the legendary figures of the Middle Journey to the West era, and the current Buddha of Sandalwood Merit Skull, was instantly shattered, and he died. Chapter 1609. In order to avoid the expanding immortal extermination formation, the Buddhists and demons fled far away. As for their previous opponents, the great sage equaling heaven, Yang Jian, Suo Mingzhong, Feng Yunsheng, and the others, they were less apprehensive. The group of Taoism grand heavenly immortals were finally able to hold their breaths. They forcefully switched from defense to offense, chasing after their previous opponents and giving them a good beating. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, and the others could only endure helplessly. It was inevitable that they would suffer some losses. After all, the most important thing was to avoid being dragged into the immortal extermination formation. The victorious fighting Buddha looked back and saw his master, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, perishing under the familiar Rui Jingu Bang. He had a complicated expression. I've sinned. The victorious fighting Buddha, who had always been calm, had a rare look of sorrow in his eyes. Looking at the familiar figure of the great sage equaling heaven, the Buddha's heart wavered, and he had mixed feelings. At this moment, there seemed to be faint movement in the boundlessly high above the universe. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others had a look of disappointment and regret. In a battle below the Tao realm, they were still one step behind. In the end, they still needed the help of the Tao ancestors. However, it would be difficult for anyone to obtain the complete immortal extermination formation. The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at the dissipating connate 8 trigrams and felt even more regretful. That was the last string blocking the path. Just a little more, and Amitabha would have arrived. Yet, the most surprising thing was that Mahamayuri's attack still failed to take down Taoism. Although the great freedom heavenly demon had helped to block Dongwang, that was all he could ask for. Everyone looked at the immortal extermination formation. The last bit of jade light on the immortal extermination ancient sword that hung on the door beam of the formation finally dissipated as the formation was fully activated. At this point, Taoism had finally refined the imprint left by the immeasurable heavenly lord on the immortal extermination ancient sword and could bring the sword away. However, it was not easy to bring away the immortal extermination ancient sword or the 4 immortal extermination swords. As the 4 immortal extermination swords returned, the great freedom heavenly demon no longer obstructed Dongwang Tai and returned to the 9 underworlds. What happened next had nothing to do with him and the 9 underworlds. The immeasurable heavenly lord and the future Buddha ancestor, who had been fighting endlessly, immediately ceased their battle as well. Although they were more afraid of the immortal extermination array being obtained by a faction with a Tao ancestor, the orthodox Tao sects monopolizing the complete immortal extermination array was also not something that the Tao ancestors were happy to see. This was especially true for the immeasurable celestial and the future Buddha. The reason why the orthodox Taoism obtained the immortal extermination formation was not to protect themselves. After all, this was a killing formation and not a defensive formation. It couldn't protect a universe or a world. However, no matter if it was the immortal court or the blessed lands of the White Lotus, neither of them could tolerate the immortal extermination formation descending upon their territories. It was a massacre that not even a Tao ancestor could stop. Simply put, I can't prevent you from hitting me, and you can't prevent me from hitting you. You're not afraid of being alone, but you'll become a general without an army. The result of the mutual explosion. This kind of existence that was beyond one's control was naturally a taboo. Although the heavenly river basin was long, under the distortion and annihilation of time and space by the immortal extermination array, the long river that stretched to both ends without end was also swept back and gradually engulfed by the immortal extermination array. The killing intent of the array surged into the heavens, destroying creation. However, above the array, in a boundless high place, a jade gate, an ancient bell, and a white lotus appeared. The broken strings of the Fushi zither turned into the connate 8 trigrams diagram, which could only stop one Tao ancestor at a time. At this moment, the jade gate, the ancient bell, and the white lotus appeared at the same time. As the connate 8 trigrams diagram slowly faded, a green lotus also appeared outside the immortal extermination array. The terrifying sword chi that could destroy heaven and earth and destroy Tao did not pose a threat to the 2 lotuses, the gate, and the bell. The immortal extermination array could not harm the Tao realm mighty figures, and the Tao ancestors could enter and exit the array freely. However, if not for the 4 Tao realm mighty figures attacking at the same time, they would not be able to break the immortal extermination array. However, even if the vast freedom heavenly demon had returned to the 9 underworlds, there were still 4 Tao realm mighty figures descending. Perhaps after they broke the array, there would still be a fight for the 4 immortal extermination swords. In the end, they would most likely obtain 1 sword each. No one would be able to gather all 4 immortal extermination swords and obtain the complete immortal extermination array. However, all of this seemed to have nothing to do with the Taoists. In the end, we still reached this step. Taoist Luya shook his head and looked towards Yin Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others. He sighed and said, "The Fushi zither only has 4 strings. Otherwise, you might still have a chance." The immortal extermination array had already stopped expanding. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Taoist Luya. "If there were a few more strings, you might not even give it to us." Taoist Luya laughed involuntarily. However, Yin Zhaoge suddenly blinked. "However, we still prepared some for ourselves. Hence, there are more than 4 strings." Huh? Taoist Luya's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt something. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, and the others followed Taoist Luya's actions and looked towards a distance. Within the void, a jet-black banner appeared, with a person standing beneath it. It was the silhouette of a woman. Her aura was elegant and ethereal. However, a sharp glint was hidden within. Today, top-notch experts from all over had gathered here. Some had high statuses, and some had attained the Tao. All of them had extraordinary experiences. Almost everyone recognized the woman beneath the banner. In the past, the prime clear bigwig, the head of the 3 sky fairies, Fairy Cloud Sky. During the ancient investitures of the Gods era, the 3 sky fairies held the chaotic origin golden chalice and laid down the 9 bends yellow river formation, causing Taoist Luya to flee. Almost all of the jade clear lineage was wiped out. In terms of battle results, it could be said to be the most glorious achievement among the prime clear lineage. It was comparable to Kong Xian's in the past. However, because of the primordial heavenly lord and the lord of Tao and virtue, they suffered a tribulation. Fairy Qiong Xiao and Fairy Bai Xiao suffered a death tribulation and entered the investiture god board. They then entered the heavenly court's divine palace. Fairy Cloud Sky was captured by the Lord of Tao and Virtue and suppressed under the Qilin Cliff. After that, Fairy Cloud Sky was allowed to stay in the Qilin Cliff for half of the time every year due to her sincere sisterhood. The other half of the time, she would enter the heavenly court's divine palace to accompany Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. Their 9 bends yellow river formation diagram was kept by the heavenly court's divine palace because of this. Now, Yin Zhaoge and the Immortal Court could lay down the 9 bends yellow river formation because of this. After the Great Calamity, the Heavenly Court's divine palace and Kunlun Mountain perished. At this moment, she suddenly reappeared in the mortal realm. However, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and Taoist Luya weren't concerned about Fairy Cloud Sky herself. After all, the chaotic origin golden chalice had long been destroyed in the Great Calamity. Even if it was still there, it couldn't withstand the might of the Tao ancestor. They were concerned about the long black banner beside Fairy Cloud Sky. As the 6 banners fluttered, it caused one's heart to palpitate. The Masthemaprapta Bodhisattva, the 9-headed bug, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, and even the Dipankara ancient Buddha's expressions were especially ugly. They all looked like they had seen a ghost. 6-soul banner. The Buddhists and demons exclaimed in unison. Within the immortal extermination formation, Yin Zhaoga smiled rather amicably and said, "Sorry, it's not a trick. We really have this thing." Chapter 16:10. Previously, Yin Zhaoga and the others had purposely set up a deceptive formation. They seemed to be searching for the roaming Jade Palace and the treasures within. What attracted the most attention was the controversial 6-soul banner in the past. Only whether the 6-soul banner was within the roaming Jade Palace was questionable. Whether they could find the roaming Jade Palace was also questionable. To the orthodox Taoism, the immortal extermination formation that seemed to be right in front of them was far more reliable. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race were more than happy to go along with the flow and pretend to be misled by Taoism to search for the roaming Jade Palace. In fact, everyone knew that the orthodox Taoism's true target was still the immortal extermination formation. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others were merely using this to fool the orthodox Taoism. They wanted Yin Zhaoga and the others to search for the immortal ending sword without worrying about stepping on the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's trap. As expected, Yin Zhaoga and the others were here to search for the immortal extermination formation. The Tao sect was a gathering of heroes. Almost everyone who could come was here. Yang Jian, who disguised himself as the Earth Queen's earthly deity, came. The great Taoist Xian Du, who had always lived in seclusion in the Tishita Palace and had a transcendent status, had come. The North Star Emperor, who had always been at odds with Yin Zhaoga, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the others had also come. The orthodox Taoism could be said to have gone all out. It was an unprecedented explosion after the Great Calamity. Even so, the details of the immortal ending sword might not be as expected. However, the general direction of development was still within everyone's expectations. However, at this moment, the Cloud Sky Fairy suddenly appeared. Her appearance was fine. However, her appearance told everyone that the 6-soul banner was already in the orthodox Taoism's hands. How could the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others not feel suffocated to the point of vomiting blood? The first thought that popped up in the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' mind was to pinch the Dingguang joyous Buddha to death. The damned 6-soul banner might still be in the roaming Jade Palace. The Dipankara ancient Buddha took a deep breath. I didn't feel the roaming Jade Palace reopening. Does that mean that this thing wasn't in the roaming Jade Palace since a long time ago? To be able to hide it from us, the Dingguang joyous Buddha, and even the Tao ancestors, there's only one possibility. The 6-soul banner had always been in the Tishita Palace all these years. Everyone quickly thought of many things. Did the 3 clear Taoist ancestors place it in the Tishita Palace before they transcended? Or did the Elder Lord take it back to the Tishita Palace after the 3 clear Taoists transcended? Fairy Yun Xiao must have been recuperating in the Tishita Palace like Yang Jian all these years. Now that she brought the 6-soul banner here, did she do it on her own? The Grand Supreme Elder did not interfere, or was it the Grand Supreme Elder's instructions? Old Lord, what are you thinking? Was he going to make a move this time? Is he already here? Many thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. However, what was even more eye-catching was that after Fairy Yun Xiao and the 6-soul flag appeared, she immediately bowed to the flag solemnly. Above the sky, the 4 Tao ancestors were about to descend, and the 6-soul banner began to flutter. The name on the 6-soul banner can only be inscribed by a Tao ancestor. When everyone thought of this, they hurriedly looked carefully. Of the 6 banners, 3 were empty. The other 3 had 3 names written on them. Amiba, Eastern Emperor Tai, Great Freedom Sky Devil. As Fairy Yun Xiao bowed, the 6-soul banner was immediately raised. The 6 banners kept fluttering, setting off rays of dark light. The light was indifferent and merged into the void, as if it had disappeared. However, The creation world in front of him seemed to have an invisible fluctuation. Amidst the fluctuations, there seemed to be an invisible sword that appeared from an endless high place and swept across the universe. In the 9 netherworlds, at the deepest bottom of the demon sea abyss, which seemed to be the highest peak, a pitch-black ancient mirror appeared. As the mirror flashed, it blocked the invisible sword. Under the influence of the black mirror, the entire 9 netherworlds demon domain seemed to tremble and reject the invisible sword. In the sky above the immortal vanquishing array, the Jade Gate and the White Lotus were not affected. However, the Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell stopped in their tracks of descending into the world. The Green Lotus bloomed, and there were relics on it. The Ancient Bell rang, and the sound of the bell resounded throughout the heavens. Just like during the Great God-Confirmant War of the Ancient Era, the Six-Soul Banner did not cause any effective damage to the Tao Realm mighty figures this time. However, after being disturbed by the Six-Soul Banner, Ba and the East Emperor Tai's footsteps were temporarily delayed. If the Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil came as well, he would also be temporarily stopped by the Six-Soul Banner. Just like what Yin Zhaoga had said to Taoist Luya, other than the Fushi remnant zither they obtained from Taoist Luya, they had also prepared other zither strings. These zither strings could only be used once. However, several zither strings broke at the same time, obstructing the Tao ancestors from attacking. Ba and the East Emperor Tai's footsteps were obstructed, while the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha descended from the skies without any hesitation. However, just as Fairy Cloud Sky was about to bow down to the Six-Soul Banner, Yin Zhaoga and the others weren't idling around. Within the immortal vanquishing array, Gao Qing Xian and her clone leaped up together. They held onto the Qingping sword and pointed it toward the skies. Outside the immortal vanquishing array, the great Taoist Xian Du flipped the 10 extremities crane cover above his head. Above the skies, a hole suddenly opened up. Fragrance permeated the surroundings, and celestial sounds filled the air, as if it was leading to a wondrous and majestic land. Yin Zhaoga formed a seal with both hands, causing the 4 high platforms within the immortal vanquishing array to rise from the ground and rush towards the clouds. Their momentum combined with the Qingping sword. As the Qingping sword flew up, the entire immortal vanquishing array soared towards the skies. As the sword formation soared, it engulfed Yang Jian, Yin Di, the southern extremity longevity emperor, Fairy Cloud Sky, and the Six-Soul Banner. The jet black banner's tail was still fluttering nonstop. Only, the name written on it had already disappeared. The Jade Door and the White Lotus stood horizontally in the air, obstructing the soaring immortal vanquishing array. The immortal execution formation's killing intent soared to the sky, and the sword light swept across. While the Jade Door and the White Lotus couldn't be harmed, the entire formation's momentum continued to rise. The Jade Door and the White Lotus barged into the formation. Their respective treasured lights and Buddhist lights captured the swords hanging on the pillars of a high platform. However, as the 4 swords moved simultaneously, the positions of the high platforms shifted and the doors were overturned. The treasured lights and Buddhist lights of the 2 Tao realm bigwigs were repelled, preventing them from retrieving their swords. Suddenly, an illusory palm reached out from the white jade door. The palm ignored the terrifying sword chi within the formation that could shatter creation and recreate chaos. It grabbed towards the Qingping sword. The Qingping sword swayed in the void and retracted within the golden lights and yellow fog within the formation. It was faintly discernible. The palm that reached out from the white jade door couldn't grab onto the Qingping sword for a moment. The White Lotus platform bloomed and became incomparably huge. It occupied a vast area, as if it had filled up the entire formation. Rays of Buddhist lights spread out, intending to lock the immortal vanquishing array in place and drag it down. The immortal vanquishing array paused in midair for a moment. However, in the next moment, countless sword chi surged and wore down the rays of Buddhist lights. The entire formation continued to rush towards the skies and flew beyond the skies. Everyone was in a daze. The scenery before their eyes changed, and they arrived at a misty paradise. Within the paradise, remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 16:11. Lee in Heaven. Tushita Palace. Even though the people in the immortal slaying formation had never been here before, they couldn't help but think of the Tushita Palace. Then, the same name appeared in his mind. Old Lord Taishang. In the immortal execution formation, Jade Gate and White Lotus failed to snatch the Qingping sword that was steering the formation, so they were unable to stop it from moving forward. When they reached the Lihin Heaven, they still left the immortal extermination formation. They didn't enter the immortal extermination formation along with Yin Zhaoge and the others. The Jade Door and the White Lotus were suspended in the sky. The immortal extermination formation gradually retracted. The golden light and yellow mist dispersed. The four ancient swords fell and disappeared without a trace. The ordinary-looking Tushita Palace's door opened. Under the Xuandu great Taoist lead, Yin Zhaoge and the others entered the palace. At this moment, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha were only concerned about a single existence. In Tushita Palace, there was an old man in Taoist robes who was dozing off by the side of an enormous cauldron, and he seemed to be completely unaware of everything that was occurring in the outside world. Gu Zhong and Qing Lian were delayed by the influence of the six-soul banner. Seeing that the celestial slaying formation had entered Lian Heaven, they decided not to go over. They circled around and left, returning to the Astro Mountains, Starry Sea, and the Western Pure Land, respectively. The White Lotus throne gave way to the Jade Door and returned to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. After a short moment of silence, the Jade Gate did not chase after by Lian and continue the fight that had been caused by the humanly essence stone fragment. The White Jade Door returned to the Immortal Court. A great battle finally came to an end. In the endless void of the outer realm, Taoist Luya, the ancient Buddha Randang, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, and the others felt rather heavy. The impact of today's battle would be far-reaching. Whether it was to the Western Pure Lands or the Demon Race, the outcome wasn't ideal. To the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court, the impact would be even worse. They actually succeeded. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles gritted his teeth. Six-soul banner, six-soul banner. The great sage of the Demon Race, who felt that he had been fooled, was furious but helpless. Whether or not the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord took the initiative to make a move was one thing, but it was another when someone else came knocking on Lian Heaven's door. Putting aside the Grand Supreme Elder's strength, even if the other Tao ancestors joined forces, who knew if they would provoke the three pure ones of the Tao sect who had already transcended? Furthermore, Zenith Heaven heavenly immortals like the long-eared Dingguang Immortal and Fairy Yin Shao worshipped the six soul flags with the Tao realm mighty figures. The Tao ancestors were not united. On the contrary, they had great enmity and competition with each other. If one side suffered heavy losses and the harvest was not enough to make up for it, it would immediately be taken advantage of by others. If he could not stop the immortal slaying array on the spot, it was destined that he would not be able to chase into Lian Heaven. In particular, the appearance of the six-soul streamer and the three names written on it caused everyone to have even more doubts. In the end, I ended up helping others. The rise of the orthodox Taoism is inevitable. It seems this is fate. Tao Lord Luya shook his head and sighed. He was not angry. To him, the moment the immortal execution formation crushed the yellow river of Nine Bends formation, the outcome of today's battle was already decided. In this battle, other than Mahamayuri's appearance, which seemed to be able to sweep through everything, the demon race and Orthodox Buddhism almost didn't clash with each other. In order to seize the immortal execution formation as soon as possible, both sides used their strength to break through Taoism's defensive line. There were very few incidents where they dragged each other down. On the other hand, it was the orthodox Taoism that forcefully withstood the attacks from both sides. They successfully held on until the immortal ending ancient sword was refined and the immortal execution formation was completely erected. If they were given more time, the outcome of the battle might be unpredictable. After all, the time that Yin Zhaoge and the others could manifest the great sage equaling heaven's true body was limited. Once this period of time was dragged on, the situation was likely to change even more. However, there were no ifs in this world. In the end, the orthodox Taoism succeeded. As for the others, they suffered a double loss. Tao Lord Luya was not only injured, he even lost the immortal slaying flying saber. The gourd was sealed by the Triratna Jade Scepter, and it fell into the heavenly river. Under the immortal execution formation's activation, the heavenly river flowed backwards, causing it to disappear without a trace. The Fushi remnant zither was one of Taoist Luya's trump cards to protect himself against the Tao ancestor. If it was given to the orthodox Taoism, he would have received other benefits. In this battle, he mainly used it to defend against the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the Amitabha Buddha, which was also what he wanted. Unfortunately, he couldn't obtain more. As for the Nailhead Seven Arrows book that could only be used once per epoch, it could be said that his efforts were wasted. After such a huge battle, Taoist Luya felt that he had suffered a huge loss. Moreover, the demon race had lost two demon race great sages, the Yellow Wind Devil and the Black Cloud's Immortal, in this battle. Almost everyone else was injured. The entire Astro Mountain Starry Seas suffered heavy losses. Let's watch the next round. Unfortunately, there's another chess player. Taoist Luya sighed and retreated together with the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and the other great demons. The Buddhist Bantis didn't have the heart to continue fighting. The impact of today's incident had added many variables to the future. They urgently needed to rethink their plans and adjust their strategies. Thank you, Taoist. The Dipankara Buddha placed his palms together and bowed towards Mama Yuri. It's a pity that the immortal extermination formation was faster. Otherwise, Taoist would have a higher chance of winning. As expected of the great sage equaling heavens, Mama Yuri said, even without the undying demonic body, there's still a 50-50 chance of winning against me. He shook his head and transformed into a Buddha radiance. The Dipankara Buddha looked at the silent, victorious fighting Buddha and remained silent. Although they had the green lotus flag's protection, the Western Pure Lands had suffered significant losses as well. They even lost the Buddha of Virtue and the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit. The Dipankara Buddha himself had even lost 6 of his sea calming pearls. From today onwards, the 24 myriad heavens would no longer exist. Apart from that, there was another problem that had to be considered. Compared to the Orthodox Buddhism, although the demon race suffered a greater loss, the blessed lands of the White Lotus didn't suffer any significant losses from today's battle. On the contrary, the future Buddha, Mithra, finally found an opportunity to escape from the immeasurable heavenly Lord and refine the humanly essence stone's fragment. As for the immortal court that was on the same side as the Western Pure Lands, they had lost the immortal extinguishing sword, allowing the orthodox Taoism to gather the immortal extermination 4 swords. Moreover, their grand heavenly immortals were already inferior to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Now, they had lost the percussion heavenly Lord, making their situation even worse. After this, the immeasurable heavenly Lord had to be more vigilant. With the orthodox Taoism in control of the immortal extermination formation, the 2 heretics were the most threatened. In recent years, the immortal court and the orthodox Taoism had more conflicts. If the immortal court and the Western Pure Lands were considered as one party, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race were considered as one party, it was hard to tell who would be more affected from today's battle. However, there was no doubt that the orthodox Taoism would benefit the most. The immortal extermination formation was meant to be a chess piece. Now that we've failed, the variables will be even greater. The Dipankara Buddha closed his eyes and sighed. Chapter 16:12. Yang Jian, Masthemaprapta, Bodhisattva sighed as well. The orthodox Taoism had backstabbed him from the very beginning. After discovering that the so-called Earth Queen's land was transformed by Yang Jian, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Masthemaprapta Bodhisattva, and other top experts of the Buddhism sect understood. At the start of the war, they felt that the orthodox Taoism had already seen through the trap of the immortal court and the Western Pure Lands. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released. Moreover, everything ultimately came down to strength. When Yang Jian revealed his true form, everything became clear. The direct lineage of Taoism was playing along. Even though he knew it was a trap, he still took the risk to use the only chance to obtain the celestial slashing sword. In the end, he successfully gathered the 4 celestial slaying swords and recreated the celestial slaying formation. Yang Jian didn't die, and he even transformed into the Earth Queen to confuse us. That's only one aspect. The Dipankara ancient Buddha shook his head. The key is the great sage, heaven's equal. If that wasn't the case, the Western Pure Lands would still have a higher chance of getting Mama Yuri to help. Even if the orthodox Taoism still had Yang Jian, Suo, Mingzhang, and the others, they still had to face other experts. Although it's a pity, in the end, everything comes down to strength. Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled bitterly. It's just that we are not as strong as others. Tao Lord Luya wasn't the only one who used his trump cards: the immortal slaying flying saber, the 7 arrows nailhead book, and the Fushi zither. The ancient Dipankara Buddha and the other great figures of the Buddhist sect had also paid a hefty price. Looking at where Mama Yuri had left, the Dipankara ancient Buddha did not forget that the blessed lands of the White Lotus still had a Buddha Saraira. Let's go. The emotions in the eyes of the ancient Buddha disappeared, and he regained his calmness. Today's matter is just the beginning. The situation will change greatly in the future. Namo Amitabha. The Buddhist Bantis chanted in unison and disappeared into the void. Compared to the resentment and helplessness of the other clans, the atmosphere in the Tashita Palace of Lian Heaven was very different. Yin Zhaoga let out a long breath. Ever since he first learned that the immortal slashing sword had fallen into the hands of the immeasurable heavenly lord almost 50 years ago, his heart had been tightly wound. It was only at this moment that he could finally relax. The rest of the people around him had similar expressions on their faces. Everyone looked around the hall of the Tashita Palace and said to the great Taoist Master Xiandu, "May I meet the Grand Supreme Elder? It's not that I want to neglect you, fellow Taoists. Without the Grand Elder's decree, I can't make a decision on my own." Great Taoist Master Xiandu answered apologetically. Yang Jian smiled and said, "I've been in Tashita Palace all these years. I haven't been able to meet Grand Supreme Elder." Fairy Yun Shao said calmly, "I've never seen the Grand Supreme Elder either. That's a pity." The group of people felt a little regretful. Then they thanked Yang Jian, Fairy Yun Shao, and the great Taoist Master Xiandu. "It's all thanks to you guys working together this time. Otherwise, the outcome would definitely be different." The 3 of them shook their heads. "We're all on the same path. There's no need to be so polite. Today's matter concerns the fate of our Taoism, so we naturally can't stay out of it. With today's success, the situation will be very different from before." Fairy Yun Shao said, "However, we can't let our guard down. Otherwise, our years of hard work might go down the drain." As he spoke, he looked at the pitch-black 6-soul banner. The 6 tails of the banner were now empty. There were no more names. Even if the Grand Supreme Elder didn't make a move, the existence of the immortal extermination formation would allow the orthodox Taoism to have the confidence to fight against the other major forces to a certain extent. They could even fight against Tao realm bigwigs. The immortal extermination formation couldn't harm the Tao realm bigwigs like the Amitabha Buddha, Maitreya Buddha, Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, Eastern Monarch Tai, and Mahesvara Heavenly Devil. However, no matter if it was the Western Pure Lands, Blessed Lands of the White Lotus, Immortal Court, Astro Mountain Starry Seas, or even the 9 underworlds, they would all feel their scalps go numb when facing the number 1 killing formation in history. However, there was a problem within this. Without the 6-soul banner and Fushi zither to fight against the Tao ancestors head-on, the other Tao ancestors could still join forces to break the formation and obtain the sword. Hence, the immortal extermination formation could only ensure that it would be effective at the moment it suddenly descended. In other words, one chance to attack. However, the conflict between the other major forces was who would bear the losses caused by the immortal extermination formation's attack. This gave the orthodox Taoism a chance. This was the reason why Yin Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others worked so hard to obtain the immortal extermination formation. After the Great Calamity, the environment of the orthodox Taoism's direct lineage would be completely changed. The immortal extermination formation is often left in the Tushita Palace. I'm afraid Grand Old Master won't like it. The great Taoist Master Xian Du looked at Fairy Yun Xiao and the incongruence Divine Mother. I might have to trouble the two of you in the future to carry the Qingping sword and control this formation to transform into the endless void. This was something that couldn't be avoided. Only in this way could they maintain their deterrence at all times. However, it was inevitable for the sword-wielding person to drift in seclusion all year round and become one with the void. Fairy Yin Xiao nodded and said, "We can take turns. Senior apprentice Sister Wudong is injured now. I'll do it later." The incongruence Divine Mother, whose aura was still weak, nodded. "Thank you, Yin Xiao. Although there's no name on the six-soul banner, the outside world doesn't know if a new name will be written on it." Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, "Other than that, I'm afraid they're even more uncertain about the Elder Lord's thoughts." Although it was difficult for the orthodox Taoism to make an accurate judgment, the advantage of being part of the three clear lineage was that as long as the Elder Lord did not object, it could be taken as a tacit agreement. It could be said that it was a bluff, or that it was a fox borrowing the tiger's might. At the very least, this tiger's skin could still be used as a flag. Only, they still had to be careful. As such, the group of people would hide in the Lihan heaven. It was not good. Only when good steel was used on the blade and used at the crucial moment would it have the greatest value. For example, the immortal extermination formation this time. Our Taoism was extremely glorious in the past. Now that we're at a low point, it's also in line with the heavenly Tao. Yang Jian smiled and said, "After the low point, there should be a peak. Now that the dawn has appeared, we still need to unite. Then, the future can be expected." Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but grin when he heard that. Just like what Yang Jian had said, before the Middle Era, Taoism was really powerful. Before the primordial heavenly devil opened the heavens, he fought with the primordial heavenly lord for the position of primordial beginning and lost. After the heavens were opened, he was suppressed by the primordial heavenly lord. During the primordial era, the three sovereigns created and ruled over the myriad races. However, the Lord of Tao and Virtue preached to the world, allowing the human race to obtain great fortune and stand out, leading the masses. While the human race still worshipped the three sovereigns, their martial arts followed the Lord of Tao and Virtue and Taoism's three clear lineage. The first Tao realm bigwig to perish, the creation heavenly devil, was slain by the Lord of numinous treasure. From the primordial chaos before the creation of the world, to the primordial era when heaven and earth were first formed, the three clear Grand Masters had never suffered any losses. It's good that our ancestors were rich. However, as the saying goes, every dog has its day. Remember the mobile version, Chapter 16:13. In the chaotic era before the creation of the creation world, and in the primordial era, when the creation world had just been created, the battle was much more intense and cruel than it was now. Not only did many primordial life forms and Khanate overlords perish, but even Tao realm mighty figures perished. The Taoism's three clear Grand Masters were able to occupy a powerful position in that era. It was evident how powerful they were. Later on, during the primordial era, Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and other major powerhouses joined the Taoist sect one after another, creating a golden age for the sect. Even after the Great God Conferment War and the Tao sect's internal strife, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace was still created. As for the three clear patriarchs, they had all transcended at the end of the ancient era. However, it was also because of the transcendence of the three clear Grand Masters that the boundary between the upper and middle epochs was a watershed, that Taoism's situation was no longer as strong as before. From the beginning of the Middle Era to the current era's Great Calamity, It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Taoism had gone through a process of extreme prosperity and decline. Afterwards, whether they would continue to sink or fall into oblivion would have to depend on Yin Zhaoge and the other successors. Today, the celestial slaying formation was successfully completed, and it could be considered as officially opening the door to the revival of Taoism. In front of them was no longer a glimmer of hope that made people tremble with fear, but a real light. However, whether this light would become brighter and brighter, or if it was just a fleeting appearance, would depend on what would happen next. But no matter what, today was a historic day. Even the two Tao ancestors, as powerful as the creation, heavenly fiend, and emperor, she will die. We still have to guard against arrogance and rashness, Fairy Yun Xiao said as she looked at the Fuxi zither in the great Taoist Master Xiandu's hand, which had all its strings broken. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips, sighing unceasingly within his heart. Up until now, there were a total of 2 Tao realm great beings that were confirmed to have fallen, both of them dying in the archaic Great Era. The first was the creation heavenly demon, and the second was Emperor Shi, one of the immemorial 3 sovereigns. Speaking of which, the 3 pure ones of Taoism had been domineering for a period of time. Logically speaking, the other Tao fathers would naturally be wary of them and join forces against them. However, time and fate were different. There were people who attracted more hatred than them. Previously, the Khanate Fiend Tao stood against everyone and was suppressed by the 3 pure ones of the Tao sect, the 3 primordial emperors, and the second ancestor of the Buddhist sect of the Western sect. Later, Emperor Shi became the target of public criticism. The most orthodox Fuxi innate divination art was long lost, but even today, its name was still resounding. As the most powerful Tao realm cultivator in divination, Emperor Shi was destined to be feared by everyone. It was true that he couldn't completely calculate the past and future of the other Tao fathers, but just a little bit of prying was enough to incur hatred. There was also competition when one transcended the Tao realm. Emperor Shi, who was skilled in calculations, thus became a public enemy in the eyes of the other Tao fathers. According to legend, other than Empress Hua and Amitabha, even the Eastern Emperor Tai, one of the 3 ancient sovereigns, had participated in the siege against Emperor Shi. Although Emperor Shi could calculate everything in the world, he was also a cultivator of the Wei realm. He had his own specialties in this area. Even if he was inferior to Emperor Shi, the difference was not that great. Under the joint attack of everyone, Emperor Shi still fell in the end. The Fuxi zither was broken just like that. It passed through many hands, first falling into the hands of the Eastern monarch Tai, and then into the hands of Tao Lord Luya. In the end, it was traded to Yang Jian. It was put to use in today's battle. No matter why Taoist Luya traded the Fuxi remnant zither to us, this treasure played a huge role in our success. Yin Zhaoge sighed. The 6-hole banner could stop 3 Tao ancestors at once, but it couldn't stop the same person 3 times. The 4 strings of the Fuxi remnant zither couldn't stop 4 Tao ancestors at the same time. However, when facing one person, it could continuously sound 4 times. It was precisely because of the existence of these 2 treasures that the orthodox Taoism could obtain the immortal ending ancient sword without any Tao ancestors present. After that, they even managed to escape unscathed. Now that all of the zither's strings were broken, the Fuxi zither no longer had any miraculous properties. It was just like an ordinary broken zither. However, Yin Zhaoge and the others still bowed towards the Fuxi zither. After that, please keep this treasure in the Tishita Palace and let it return to peace. Thinking about how the Taoism's 3 clear grandmasters had participated in Emperor Shi's death, and how the Fuxi remnant zither had helped Taoism take a decisive step forward, Yin Zhaoge and the others felt complicated. Other than the Fuxi zither, the 6-hole banner can only be refined by the Tao ancestors. For us, unless the Elder Lord takes action, we can't count on it for now. After a while, Yang Jian said. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge understood what he meant and smiled bitterly. Although we managed to block Mama Yuri, there are many repercussions. For a long time, the great sage equaling heavens wouldn't be able to reappear. It might take more than 10 years or even 100 years. Even if we could manifest the great sage equaling heaven's true body, we wouldn't be able to fuse with the earthly essence stone for a long time. Everyone shook their heads and sighed upon hearing his words. Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart. Although it's not like Taoist Lu Yu's nailhead seven-arrow scripture, which can only be used once per epoch, the interval between uses is still extremely long. We can't count on it for now. Fortunately, we have the immortal extermination formation. Moreover, our opponents suffered even greater losses. On the contrary, we've gained a lot. After saying that, Yin Zhaoge turned his head to look at the southern extremity longevity emperor. Taoist Gao, it's been hard on you. The southern extremity longevity emperor smiled faintly. He opened his sleeves, and a silhouette jumped out. It was Gao Han. Gao Han held a gourd in his hand. Purple, white, and golden radiances flickered within the gourd's mouth. They were none other than Taoist Lu Yu's immortal slaying flying saber and the three treasures jade scepter that temporarily sealed the immortal slaying flying saber. Facing Yin Zhaoge's seemingly smiling expression, Gao Han said honestly, this Gao was merely taking a risk. After all, there were too many bigwig experts present. My success was purely due to luck. Furthermore, I have to thank the young heavenly lord for showing mercy. Everyone within the heavenly river was engaged in a fierce battle. During the most intense moment, they couldn't take care of anything else. Gao Han sneaked into the heavenly river and didn't approach the actual battlefield. Instead, he hid by the side and saw the immortal slaying flying saber falling into the heavenly river after the three treasures jade scepter fell. After the Nine Bends yellow river formation was completely destroyed by the immortal extermination formation, Gao Han took the opportunity to retrieve the gourd. In the end, the heavenly river was swept away by the immortal extermination formation. Naturally, Gao Han fell within the immortal extermination formation as well. Under the southern extremity longevity emperor's protection, he was brought to the Lihan heavens. You've truly put a lot of effort into this. Yin Zhaoge's gaze moved between the southern extremity longevity emperor and Gao Han. The North Star Emperor was also looking at the southern extremity longevity emperor. However, his gaze remained calm, and he only let out a soft sigh. The southern extremity longevity emperor retrieved the radiance from the gourd's mouth, which transformed into a jade scepter that flickered with three colors. This treasure holds great significance to me. Please forgive me and let me have it. The southern extremity longevity emperor said, other than that, I won't take anything from you. As he spoke, a five-colored radiance surfaced in front of him. After the radiance retracted, a pearl appeared. It was heavy and vast, as if a universe was hidden within. It was clearly a sea-calming pearl. Chapter 16:14. The three treasures jade scepter was the personal treasure of the jade, clear, primordial heavenly lord of primordial beginning. After the primordial lord of heaven transcended, it was kept in the hands of the jade, clear successors. After the great calamity, Taoism declined and the world was no longer the same. Under the southern extremity longevity emperor's search, the Triratna jade scepter reappeared in the world. Afterwards, he had also made use of this treasure when establishing the world beyond worlds. However, due to the pressure from the immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court, this treasure ended up in the hands of the North Star Emperor. The southern extremity longevity emperor himself, as well as Gao Han, Ling Qing, and the others who had left the world beyond worlds with him, were all attempting to retrieve this treasure. Previously, when Suom Mingzhang ascended to the grand heavenly realm and Yin Zhaoge split the world beyond worlds into two, Gao Han and Ling Qing had attempted to help the southern extremity longevity emperor retrieve the three treasures jade scepter. Unfortunately, they failed in the end. Now that the southern extremity longevity emperor finally had a chance to retrieve the three treasures jade scepter, he naturally wouldn't let it slip by. However, he was not the one in charge of today's big battle. There were many important things that he could not decide with just a word. Although it would not cause others to fall out with him, It was better to avoid conflicts that could be avoided as much as possible. Gao Han sneaked into the Milky Way to wait and secretly search for treasures. This was not open and above board. The incongruous Divine Mother was gravely injured, while Yin Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian were the controllers of the immortal extermination formation. If not for Gao Han, the immortal slaying flying saber and the three treasures jade scepter would have fallen into Yin Zhaoge and Gao Qingxuan's hands. Due to the relationship between Xiao Junhuang and Xue Chuqing's lineage and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Yin Zhaoge might not be able to keep the three treasures jade scepter for himself. However, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Gao Han obviously wanted to have a 100% chance of retrieving the treasure, which was why they took the initiative to attack. In exchange, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had to give Yin Zhaoge an explanation. The current Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Yin Di, Su Fei, and the others behind him were undoubtedly worthy of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's attention. The Sea Calming Pearl was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's compensation and apology. At the same time, he did not keep the immortal slaying flying saber for himself. Instead, he handed the gourd to Yang Jian. This was within everyone's expectations. Without Daolord Liu Ye's secret technique, no one would be able to activate the immortal slaying flying saber. Even if they obtained it, no one knew when they would be able to figure out how to use it. However, no one wanted it. Even if the facts had proven that this precious treasure was no longer Yang Jian's absolute counter, it still more or less posed a slight threat to him. If someone schemed and was determined to obtain the immortal slaying flying saber, what would Yang Jian think? As for Yang Jian obtaining it, Yang Jian's own strength was formidable. If he could not do anything to an opponent, the immortal slaying flying saber would most likely not be able to take it down. Liu Ye's treasure seems to be fated with me. Yang Jian now had some experience in dealing with the immortal slaying flying knife. The further he went, the less afraid he was. However, he did not refuse and took the gourd with a smile. Then, Yang Jian also opened his palm and took out a sea calming pearl that was flashing with 5-colored light. I'm either staying in the Tashita Palace or wandering around. I have no plans to reopen my cave abode. This sea calming pearl is useless to me. I'll give it to someone who needs it, said Yang Jian with a smile. He looked at the incongruous Divine Mother. Divine Mother, you've been severely injured after obtaining the immortal extermination formation for our Taoism. You should focus on recuperating. Regardless of whether you're recuperating after opening up the universe or educating the future generations to bring glory to the prime, clear lineage, this treasure will be useful. The Dipankara ancient Buddha had lost 6 sea calming pearls in the heavenly river. These sea calming pearls were not sucked into the immortal extermination formation along with the heavenly river. Before that, the 6 heavenly venerables of the Tao sect, Yang Jian, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Feng Yunsheng, Suo Mingzhang, the great Taoist Master Xiandu, and the great Gaochen Emperor, each had 1 pearl. The North Star Emperor had cast aside his previous enmity and rushed over to help. However, he had lost the Triratna Rui scepter. Furthermore, it was not lost to his opponent, but to his fellow Taoist. It was inevitable that he would feel depressed. However, when he obtained the Triratna Rui scepter, he had a complicated relationship with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. The current him was like the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor back then. The grudges and entanglements between them were difficult for bystanders to distinguish. To him, obtaining a sea calming pearl was considered consolation. The Tao sect had successfully obtained the immortal extermination formation and benefited as a whole. The North Star Emperor was no exception. I naturally can't use this sea calming pearl. Great Taoist Master Xiandu saw that the goddess incongruence had accepted Yang Jian's sea calming pearl. After thanking her, he took out the sea calming pearl that he had obtained and said to Fairy Yun Shao, "Fellow Taoist, you can use it to reopen the 3 immortal island lineage as a foundation." Fairy Yun Shao did not act pretentiously. She took the pearl and fell into a daze under the 5-colored light. The original owner of the 24 sea calming pearls, The mighty figure of the prime, clear Jie sect, Zhao Gongming, had always called Fairy Yun Xiao brother and sister. After Zhao Gongming died, the 24 sea calming pearls fell into the hands of Taoist Randang, who was now the ancient Buddha Randang. Looking at the sea calming pearl, Fairy Yun Xiao could not help but think of her brother. In the end, she sighed softly and said, "I'm the only one left on the Three Immortal Island. Senior Sister Wudong is recuperating. I'll bring the immortal slaying formation into the void first. After Senior Sister Wudong replaces me, I'll consider reopening the Three Immortal Island." Hearing her words, everyone felt that it was a pity. In the past, there were three goddesses, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao of the Three Immortal Island. Now, only Fairy Yun Xiao was left. After the Great Calamity, the Heavenly Court's divine palace collapsed. Some people obtained their freedom, while others lost their lives completely. Fairy Qiong Xiao and Fairy Bai Xiao had both perished during the Great Calamity. The three Xiao fairies were as close as one person. Fairy Yun Xiao was naturally sad when she thought of her two deceased sisters. The matter regarding the immortal vanquishing array should not be delayed. After I make some arrangements, I will leave. If there are any other matters, I will need your help, fellow Taoists. Fairy Yun Xiao quickly composed herself. Everyone said in unison, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Yin Zhaoge also kept the southern extremity longevity emperor's sea calming pearl. The pearl's mysteries were hidden, and it didn't seem very eye-catching. However, it still felt extremely heavy when he held it in his hand. If the sea calming pearl completely released its power, it would be much heavier. Compared to the 24 pearls, one sea calming pearl seemed rather weak. However, it was a treasure. The five-colored radiance was dazzling, making it hard for others to guard against it. If the sea calming pearl were to fall, most people under the heavens wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. They couldn't do anything to Suan Mingzhong because he was too strong. Besides, the sea calming pearl wasn't only used for combat. If the space within was released, a layer of heavens would be manifested. Just by calculating its size, it would be even larger than the awakened sky cosmos. At the same time, the myriad things within could be reborn and many resources could be produced. After some adjustments, it could be self-sufficient. It was often said that the Dipankara ancient Buddha had 24 heavens and 24 blessed lands. This was how it came about. Feng Yunsheng obtained one sea calming pearl, and Yin Zhaoge obtained another one. This was extremely significant to the awakened sky cosmos. Moreover, Yin Zhaoge's personal gains from this battle weren't limited to this. Chapter 16:15. Taoist Randang lost 6 sea calming pearls, which were obtained by the 6 Tao sect's grand heavenly immortals who participated in the battle in the heavenly river. Feng Yunsheng had also obtained one. Adding on the other pearl that Yin Zhaoge had obtained from the southern longevity emperor, they now possessed 2 sea calming pearls. Apart from the sea calming pearl, most of the other treasures that were scattered in the heavenly river were sucked into the immortal extermination array when it rolled the heavenly river. The power of the formation was extremely ferocious. Once the sword light grinded, these treasures would not be spared. Still, Yin Zhaoge was rather meticulous in controlling the formation as he did his best to preserve these dead objects. Other than Gao Han, the immortal slaying flying saber, and the 3 jade jewels, all the treasures within the immortal extermination formation had temporarily entered Yin Zhaoge's pocket. The heretic grand heavenly immortal, the percussion heavenly lord of the immortal court, was in charge of the 9 Bends Yellow River formation to restrain the immortal extermination formation. In the end, he died tragically under the immortal extermination formation without any chance to resist. He died without a complete corpse, completely wiped out by the sword chi. However, most of percussion heavenly lord's personal belongings were kept. Putting aside the other items, there was a sky ascension drum that was of rather outstanding quality. It was a grand, heavenly, immortal artifact. Although there were many drawbacks to breaking through the origin heavenly tribulation as a heretic cultivator, it did not have much of an impact on the level of weapon forging and weapon manipulation. Although the percussion Heavenly Lord originated from the heretical Tao, he was still able to fully unleash the might of a grand, heavenly, immortal weapon. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to use it. Inspecting that Heaven Ascension drum, Yin Zhaoge nodded to himself. Most of the top-notch cardinal treasures and grand heavenly realm immortal armaments that existed in the world today had their origins in history. New grand heavenly immortal artifacts born after the Great Calamity were very rare. Suo Mingzhang had ascended to the golden immortal realm for over 100 years, yet he was still empty-handed. Even though he could display his strengths without a weapon, it didn't mean that he didn't need it at all. The biggest reason for this situation was the lack of raw materials. Since ancient times, talented people had appeared in large numbers. Many treasures could only be chanced upon, but not sought. It was already a miracle for one to appear once, and it was very difficult to hope for it to appear often. From a certain perspective, Yin Zhaoge felt that this could actually be considered a good thing. After all, while it was difficult for the heretics to give birth to a grand Luo, it was still easier than orthodox Taoism. Under the situation where their artifact forging and artifact manipulation skills weren't affected, if they had sufficient materials to support them, the heretics would be able to make up for the disparity in strength between them and the orthodox three-clear lineage with the help of a tremendous amount of treasures and immortal artifacts. Of course, if that was the case, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race wouldn't sit idly by. The percussion Heavenly Lord's Heaven Ascension drum was one of the few grand firmament immortal artifacts that were born after the Great Calamity. Now that it had fallen into his hands, Yin Zhaoge was also in a very good mood. Of course, what made him feel even better was the other weapon room. The Black Cloud's Immortal's primeval hammer. This was a treasure whose power was almost comparable to Heavenly Lord Guangxing's flipping heaven seal. It was extraordinary. During the ancient era's investitures of the Gods' War, Heavenly Lord Guangxing himself and Master Qi Jing and the other Jade, clear bigwigs had suffered losses due to this treasure. The Black Cloud's Immortal became famous because of it. Among the demon immortals of the Prime Clear Jie sect, his reputation was even above that of the Qiu Shou Immortal, the Golden Light Immortal, the Spirit Tooth Immortal, and the Feathered Wings Immortal. Facing Mahamayuri, the Black Cloud's Immortal and the Primeval Hammer weren't shameful when they were struck by the five-color Divine Light. Kong Xian's five-color Divine Light was simply too tyrannical. After that, the great sage Equaling Heavens broke free from Mahamayuri's five-color Divine Light. Along with him, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, the Nine-Headed Bug, and the others also escaped. At the same time, the primeval hammer that escaped from the five-color Divine Light was lost in the Heavenly River. Due to the urgency, the Black Cloud's Immortal wanted to seize the Immortal Extermination Formation while the great sage Equaling Heavens and Mahamayuri were fighting. In the end, he was slain by Yin Zhaoge within the formation with the Immortal Extermination Sword. When the Immortal Extermination Formation swept the Heavenly River, the primeval hammer was sucked into the formation. Just like the Heaven Ascension drum, it became Yin Zhaoge's spoils of war. Compared to the Heaven Ascension drum, the primeval hammer was more effective in combat. If a grand virtual immortal took it, he could use it against a grand heavenly immortal. These two items could be immediately converted into cash and unleash their might. Other than them, Yin Zhaoge had other spoils of war. However, he had to carefully consider how to use them. Under the Immortal Extermination Formation, the virtuous Splendor Buddha perished. Not even his Saraira was left behind. Unlike the percussion Heavenly Lord's Heaven Ascension drum and the others, the virtuous Splendor Buddha's personal treasures were kept in the blessed lands of Buddhism. They perished together with his golden body. However, the other fallen Buddha, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, was beaten to death by the monkey with the golden cudgel. He didn't perish under the Immortal Extermination Formation. As a result, the Saraira was left behind. In comparison, the Yellow Wind Monster was killed by Feng Yunxing's sneak attack, while the Black Cloud's Immortal was killed by Yin Zhaoge within the Immortal Extermination Formation. As a result, the Yellow Wind Monster's corpse was relatively intact. The Black Cloud's immortal's body was slashed by the formation sword Qi. Although it was severely damaged, many parts of his body were still preserved. These were all precious treasures. A great demon's entire body was filled with treasures. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. Many precious treasures' raw materials were located here. Looking at the yellow wind monster's corpse, Yin Zhaoge could still clearly feel the chilly wind. Using this to refine treasures, he couldn't guarantee that he could refine a treasure capable of activating the Samadhi divine wind. However, it wouldn't be difficult to refine a treasure capable of stabilizing the wind. As for the Black Cloud's immortal's original form, the golden-bearded turtle fish, it was a great demon in the water. Even if it was riddled with holes by the sword Qi, causing a lot of its vitality to leak out, its water form's essence Qi was still abundant. Although these items didn't seem to be of immediate use to Yin Zhaoge, their value might even be above the chaotic origin hammer and heaven ascension drum. There was no other reason. Many of Yin Zhaoge's ideas were only on paper. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Now that he had more and more treasures in his hands, he could try putting many of his ideas into practice. Of course, the biggest gain from this battle was still the immortal extermination formation. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Taoism's situation after the Great Calamity had changed. From today onwards, the three clear lineage could live openly and develop themselves. The group of Taoism heavenly lords no longer had to hide in the void and drift all year round like in the past. Instead, they could open up their own cave abodes and move freely. Under the Tao realm, the conflict between the three clear lineage and the demon race, Buddhism, 9 underworlds, and other forces still depended on their own strength and plans. Life and death were up to fate. However, the threat of the Tao realm bigwigs had been greatly reduced. However, someone had to control the immortal extermination formation and hang it in the void as a deterrent. As the prime clear lineage, the incongruence Divine Mother and Fairy Yunxiao took up this heavy burden and cooperated with each other. The incongruence Divine Mother was now recuperating from her injuries. Fairy Yunxiao was in charge for the first time. Only when the incongruence Divine Mother recovered her vitality would she replace her. After greeting everyone, Fairy Yunxiao immediately set off. Since the Elder Lord was not seeing guests for the time being, the others discussed the future matters and kept their sea calming pearls. After bidding farewell to the great Taoist Master Xiandu, they left the Lihin Heavens to Shita Palace together. After exiting the palace, Yin Zhaoge looked back and pondered. Chapter 16:16. Yin Zhaoge looked at the board with the words to Shita Palace written on it. After pondering for a while, he followed the others and exited the Lihin Heavens. They descended from this wondrous, immortal realm and re-entered the void's boundless outskirts. Do you feel anything special? Feng Yunxing asked Yin Zhaoge via sound transmission. Having paid attention to Yin Zhaoge's actions just now, she knew the reason without needing words. After meeting the great sage equaling heavens at the foot of the Five Elements Mountain, Yin Zhaoge started suspecting if he was related to the Elder Lord. Now that he finally had the chance to visit the Tishita Palace in Lian Heaven, it was a pity that he did not get to see the Elder Lord. I don't feel anything special, Yin Zhaoge replied via sound transmission. Feng Yunxiang was stunned. Nothing special? Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. That's right, there's nothing special about it. It's just that it's strange. Feng Yunxing nodded in agreement. After thinking for a while, she said, the great Taoist Master Xiandu didn't seem to be acting strange when he saw you. The great sage, heaven's equal, had actual contact with Lao Jun, so he could see things from me that others couldn't. Yin Zhaoge said, however, his contact with the Elder Lord isn't as close as the great Taoist Xiandu, right? Either there's something fishy about it, Feng Yunxing guessed and said, or is the great Taoist Master Xiandu pretending not to know? Yin Zhaoge nodded and glanced at the southern extremity longevity emperor. This person is also very suspicious. He calmed himself down. Let's stop here and observe for a while longer. Everyone left Lian Heaven and said their goodbyes. Yang Jian also left the Tishita Palace this time. He seemed to have something to do. Taoist brother, please wait for a moment. This yin has something to ask you. Yin Zhaoge called out to him via sound transmission. All right. Yang Jian's expression did not change as he left. After a while, he circled around, meeting up with Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yinsheng, Yin Di, Su Fei, and the others. There was already no one else around. Why are you looking for me, Zhaoge? Yang Jian said while smiling. I wonder what the meaning of your name is. You're taking advantage of me. Yin Zhaoge looked at Yin Di, who could not help but shake his head and laugh. The others all laughed as well. I grew up in a lower world from a young age. My hometown, there was known as Yin Zhao. The people there were bold and heroic with many people who sang sorrowful songs. Therefore, my father gave me my current name. Yin Zhaoge said smilingly, Please forgive me, Taoist brother. Yang Jian smiled and said, Speak. What do you want to ask me? The vast freedom heavenly devil assisted the Amitabha Buddha in obstructing the East Sovereign. What do you think about this? Yin Zhaoge retracted his smile and asked slowly. Yang Jian also straightened his expression. It seems that you already have a guess. Fellow Taoist, you must have the same suspicions as us. Yin Zhaoge said softly, connecting this to the immortal exterminating sword that year. Could there be a connection between the two? Around 50 years ago, Yin Zhaoge and the others searched for the immortal exterminating sword. In the end, they discovered that the immortal exterminating sword was already in the Tashita Palace. Yang Jian transformed into the earthly deity of the Queen of Earth and used the immortal slaying sword to attract the attention of others, while he went to the hollow jade temple to retrieve the hollow jade glazed lamp. In the end, he relied on the hollow jade glazed lamp's light to exchange for the Fushi remnant zither from Taoist Luya and used it to fight for the immortal extermination formation. In the past, Yin Zhaoge and the others didn't disappoint Yang Jian and successfully obtained the immortal exterminating sword. However, according to Yang Jian, the immortal exterminating sword wasn't always in the Tashita Palace. In reality, during the Great Calamity, after the Lord of Broad Accomplishment perished, the immortal exterminating sword that was originally in his possession ended up in the hands of the 9 underworlds. Only after the 9 underworlds made a deal with the Tashita Palace did the immortal exterminating sword belong to Taoism. The specific situation was handled by the Xuandu, great Taoist. Even Yang Jian didn't know the details, but he had his own guesses. The vast freedom heavenly devil personally visited the Tashita Palace. The items that could be exchanged from the Tashita Palace were limited. If he wasn't sure previously, the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court were able to convince the vast freedom heavenly devil to help them in this war. The price that they offered was definitely not small. Connecting the two, one's imagination would naturally run wild. There were many deals that could convince the 9 underworlds, but there were only a few deals that could convince the vast freedom heavenly devil. The supreme heavenly devil, and Su Fei said in a deep tone, the faceless heavenly devil. Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Yin Di, Yang Jian, and the others remained silent. The devils originally had 6 devil ancestors. However, the grand clear heavenly lord of Tao and virtue and the Western Amitabha Buddha used their great abilities and wisdom to snatch 2 of the positions. As a result, the 3rd ancestral devil became the Lord of Tao and Virtue's incarnation, the Grand Heavenly Devil, while the 4th ancestral devil became the Amitabha Buddha's incarnation, the Faceless Heavenly Devil. Incarnations weren't clones. Strictly speaking, the 2 devil ancestors weren't actual existences. From Yin Zhaoge's perspective, it would be more appropriate to say that they were the incarnations of the Lord of Tao and Virtue and the Amitabha Buddha. Just like how Taoist Juni first transformed into the Subhuti Grandmaster, and then into Buddha Sakyamuni. However, there were countless profundities within, which outsiders couldn't understand. In the past, there were people who suspected that the Supreme Elder Lord of Tao and Virtue was the incarnation of the Supreme Heavenly Devil after the Lord of Tao and Virtue had transcended. However, after the great sage equaling heaven's confirmation, they knew that this wasn't the case. When the nine underworlds wanted the supreme heavenly devil and the faceless heavenly devil, it wasn't because they wanted the Lord of Tao and Virtue, the Supreme Elder Lord, and the Amitabha Buddha to vacate their positions. The positions were already occupied. As long as the Elder Lord and the Amitabha Buddha were still alive, the nine underworlds wouldn't be able to have two more Tao ancestors. However, they could take back the authority that belonged to the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil. Even if the nine underworlds took back the authority of the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil, they wouldn't be able to summon the true third and fourth devil ancestors. However, it was still very meaningful. 12 devilish heavenly formation, Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. Yang Jian said, "That's right." The nine underworlds sought the authority of the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil for the 12 devilish heavenly formation to restore the prestige of the devils, as well as to seal the primordial heavenly devil. As the name suggested, the 12 devilish heavenly formation was a formation laid down by the 12 devilish heavenly devils. With 6 Tao realm bigwigs and 6 pinnacle grand heavenly immortals working together, the strength of the formation was shocking. However, from the looks of it, this legendary, terrifying formation could only exist in theory. Even if the primordial heavenly devil broke out of the seal and the doomsday heavenly devil descended into the world, the creation heavenly devil was only left with its shell, while the supreme heavenly devil and the faceless heavenly devil weren't truly born. Even if the formation was laid down, it wouldn't be able to unleash its full might. The nine underworlds wants to make use of the formation to help the primordial heavenly devil break out of the seal and trigger the doomsday heavenly devil's true birth. Yin Zhaoge pondered. That's the most probable outcome. Yang Jian said, the nine underworlds lay dormant and never gave up on finding an opportunity to rise up. However, they still have a long way to go if they want to achieve anything. Yang Jian paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, since ancient times, the various forces have been secretly observing the nine underworlds' actions. The opportunity that the nine underworlds yearned for was also a chance that many others were waiting for. Chapter 16-17. A chance that many people are waiting for. Yin Zhaoge repeated his words. He and the others looked at each other and said in unison, a chance to ascend to the Tao realm? A grand, heavenly, immortal, demon race great sage, or blessed lands Buddha, would have the chance to ascend to the Tao realm. The closer they got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. Not only would they have to break through, but they would also have to face their competitors. From a certain perspective, the competition of the great Tao and the competition of fortune didn't exist in harming others without benefiting oneself. Harming others would definitely benefit oneself. If one's chances were lesser, one's chances would be greater. In other words, having fewer competitors would increase one's chances. In the past, due to the uniqueness of the Maitreya Buddha's lineage, he could have easily succeeded the Tathagata Buddha and become the new blessed lands of Saha's master. However, after being scammed, he could only change his path and transform the central blessed lands of Saha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. This matter had far-reaching effects. Although the future Buddha, also known as the Maitreya Buddha, ascended to the Tao realm and stabilized the fate of the blessed lands, it also caused chaos. Many Buddhist bandis perished, and many Buddhist bandis left to join the Western Pure Lands. Yin Zhaoge speculated that the immeasurable heavenly lord's birth, which triggered the chaos of the heavenly court's divine palace after the Great Calamity, was the result of a Taoism heavenly immortal's advancement. In the end, he succeeded and transformed into the immeasurable heavenly lord, ascending to the Tao realm and becoming a Tao ancestor. However, the calamity that affected the entire great thousand worlds was the start of it. Most of the orthodox Taoism's lineages suffered from the calamity and only recovered their vitality today. All Tao ancestors were born earlier. After confirming that the Tathagata Buddha was Taoist Jinti's incarnation, it was confirmed that only the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha had achieved the Tao ancestor's position after birth. Among the grand heavenly realm pinnacle experts, Which of them didn't yearn for the Tao realm? At this stage, even if they cultivated the same Tao art, everyone's path of ascending to the Tao realm might be different. However, other than their own efforts, it also depended on luck. In this world, such a huge fortune was limited. For example, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha to gather faith power using humanly essence stone. It was already a rare occurrence. It was impossible for a third person to appear. As for the two of them, they influenced each other and became mortal enemies, fighting each other to this day. Different people, different paths, but in the end, they might have to fight for the same opportunity. More often than not, a fortuitous encounter could only create one person. 9 Nether. Feng Yinsheng took a deep breath. While the demons were busy plotting, the others had never forgotten about them. It was just that the time had not come yet, and everyone was still in the stage of laying out their plans. Isn't it like killing pigs during the new year in the secular world? When the pigs are fattened up, they can be slaughtered during the new year, and then the whole family will have a fat year. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Yang Jian also laughed and shook his head. It looks like it, but this wild boar has rough skin and tough hair. It's extremely strong, and its fangs are sharp. It could turn around and stab a person to death at any time. Feng Yinsheng didn't laugh. She thought of Jin Shenhua and herself. There were already signs of an impending catastrophe. Under the power struggle of many parties, no one dared to say that they could grasp the situation, nor could they say that they could predict the outcome. In this great calamity, what role would she play? What would be the final outcome? In this scheme of the 9 underworlds, the ones who acted included our Taoism seniors, right? Yin Zhaoge turned and looked behind him. The Tishita Palace of Lian Heaven was so high that it was difficult for those who were in the boundless void outside the realm to find their bearings. However, this action of Yin Zhaoge's was very obvious. The 9 Nether used the immortal slaying sword to exchange for the authority of the Taishang demon. The Grand Supreme Elder did not comment on it, and left it to the Great Master Xian Du to handle. In the end, the Great Master Xian Du agreed to the deal. If a general wishes to take something, he must first give it. This principle was the same for 9 Nether and those who wanted to make use of 9 Nether to accomplish their own good deeds. For example, in the transaction between the Western Pure Lands and the 9 Underworlds, they used the faceless Heavenly Devil's authority to exchange for the great freedom Heavenly Devil's assistance. Not only was it for this fight for the immortal execution array, but it was also to pave the way for what was to come. Therefore, when the Tao sect sought the immortal extermination formation and the 4 immortal extermination swords, the great freedom heavenly demon of the 9 underworlds brought the immortal extermination ancient sword to the Tishita Palace. If Taoism kept the Taishang demon captive, the 9 Nether wouldn't be able to move, and the other parties wouldn't have a chance either. Opportunities needed to be created by everyone. Giving others a chance was also giving oneself a chance. Everyone was well aware of this. While they had a tacit understanding, they were also on guard against each other. As for who would succeed in the end, and who would be sacrificing for others, it would depend on their own luck and methods. Obviously, the great Master Xian Du understood this logic and did the same. Although he was the Elder Lord's disciple, he still had to compete with others if he wanted to ascend to the Tao realm. It's not just one person, and it's not purely for the 9 Nether's plan either. They're just acting according to the situation, said Yang Jian. Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right. Everything is intertwined, and everything is intertwined. An opportunity will appear in the midst of chaos. Didn't the orthodox Taoism rise again because they were constantly searching for opportunities in such an environment that affected all directions? If Taoism could really gain another Tao ancestor, the meaning would naturally be different. Are you also calculating this plan, Taoist? Asked Yin Zhaoge. Yang Jian shook his head. I've embarrassed myself. My path ahead is still a little blurry, and I haven't completely sorted it out. The opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm is most likely not in the 9 Nether's plan. However, if we can really gain another Tao ancestor, I'd be happy to see it happen. Although his strength was extremely strong, it didn't mean that he was prepared to ascend to the Tao realm. It was normal for people's situations to be different. Yin Zhaoga's gaze flickered slightly. He looked at Feng Yinsheng and pondered, nine nether, to them, they might still be far away from the Tao realm. However, this tribulation was closely related to them. Not only Feng Yinsheng, but also Nie Jingshen. The Elder Lord's attitude is equivalent to going with the flow. He didn't go against the great Master Xian Du's intentions, but he doesn't intend to create a new Tao ancestor for Taoism. Yin Zhaoga retracted his thoughts and looked at Yang Jian. Doesn't seem to care about whether the 9 underworlds could establish the 12 devilish grand formation, whether the primordial heavenly devil would break out of the seal, or whether the doomsday heavenly devil would descend. Yang Jian said, "The Elder Lord's thoughts are hard to predict. Whether he agrees or not, it wouldn't be surprising even if he rejects it. Taoist brother, you haven't made your preparations yet. May I know who's already prepared and waiting for the final step?" asked Yin Zhaoga. Among the people, the one who prepared the earliest should be the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Yang Jian answered, "After the end of the ancient era, during the middle era, the Dipankara ancient Buddha should have already reached the final step of the grand heavenly realm. He only needed an opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm. However, this one step was the difference between the grand heavenly realm and the immortal realm and the Tao realm. They were two completely different concepts. I've heard others mention that the Dipankara ancient Buddha had spoiled the Maitreya Buddha's Tao path, causing the Maitreya Buddha to have no choice but to change his path?" asked Yin Zhaoga. Chapter 16:18. What happened to the Maitreya Buddha was indeed related to the Dipankara Buddha. After a short pause, Yang Jian continued, "However, if I'm not wrong, this matter involves the game between several Tao ancestors. We can't blame it all on Dipankara ancient Buddha alone, but he definitely can't get away with it." Yang Jian smiled. The Dipankara Buddha didn't leave the Western Pure Lands for many years to prevent the Maitreya Buddha from finding trouble with him. Previously, the Dipankara Buddha personally went out to search the awakened sky cosmos with the sea calming pearl and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. It was also because the orthodox Taoism's resurgence was too strong. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race reached a certain degree of tacit understanding and compromise to suppress the orthodox Taoism. With such a background, in addition to the immeasurable heavenly Lord pestering the future Buddha after he obtained the humanly essence stone, the Dipankara Buddha was able to act so openly. Now that the immortal extermination formation was involved, the Dipankara Buddha didn't need to be so cautious anymore. After all, the vast freedom heavenly devil obstructed the Eastern Emperor Tai and helped the Amitabha Buddha. From the looks of it, if the Maitreya Buddha followed the right path and took over the Gautama Buddha's position, he would have blocked the Dipankara Buddha's path to the Tao realm, said Yang Jian. That's why he had to take action back then. Yin Di frowned. However, even if the Maitreya Buddha's path was destroyed, the Dipankara Buddha couldn't replace him. Xue Fei guessed. Destroying the Maitreya Buddha's path might only be one of the conditions for the Dipankara Buddha to succeed. It doesn't mean that he could replace him. However, if he didn't do it, he wouldn't have any hope. Of course, there's also another possibility. That is, Maitreya Buddha took revenge and blocked the original path of the Dipankara Buddha, causing the Dipankara Buddha to wait until now to change his path and seek opportunities related to the 9 underworlds. Although there were many guesses, it didn't change the fact. The Dipankara Buddha had already reached the pinnacle of the grand heavenly realm during the Middle Era. His strength might be inferior to the great sage equaling heavens, Mahamayuri, Yang Jian, and the others. However, he was undoubtedly the existence closest to the Tao realm. As long as he could take that step, he would be in a completely different world and have a completely different fate. After suffering for so many years, one could imagine how much importance the ancient Dipankara Buddha placed on this opportunity that concerned the 9 underworlds. Apart from Dipankara ancient Buddha, Uncle Master Xian Du should only be one step away, said Yang Jian. Great Taoist Xuandu, what did you exchange that Shakyamuni Saraira for with the Dipankara ancient Buddha? Yin Zhaoga asked with interest. They were already aware of that deal. Therefore, he was not surprised when Mahamayuri appeared. The great sage, heaven's equals true body, had to undergo the baptism of Mahamayuri's five-color divine light before it could fuse with the earthly essence stone and return to its peak state. However, it would be best if he didn't run into Mahamayuri. While it was a good thing for the great sage equaling heaven's true body to return to his peak, there were too many repercussions. In Yin Zhaoga's mind, it would be better if he could decide the time himself and seek out Mahamayuri alone in the future. However, it was impossible for everything in the world to go as one wished. There were priorities, and when it was time to act, one had to act decisively. Since he had already taken action, Yin Zhaoga was naturally concerned about what the great Taoist Master Xiandu had gained from it. In the past, other than the ginseng fruit tree, Jin Yuanzi also possessed a top-notch treasure, said Yang Jian. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhaoga and the others understood. Earthly scripture? According to the legends, it was the prenatal layer of creation that was born alongside the heavens and earth when the world was created. Throughout the ages, the earthly scripture could be considered as one of the top-notch treasures. To be precise, it's half of the earthly scripture. Yang Jian explained, the earthly scripture was destroyed and only a fragment was left. Dipankara ancient Buddha used this treasure to exchange for the Shakyamuni Saraira in the Tishita Palace. Yin Zhaoga nodded and fell into deep thought. Zhen Yuanzi was one of the top-notch bigwigs among the Taoism loose immortals in the past. He was one of the top-notch bigwigs in Taoism. After the Great Calamity, he disappeared without a trace. He was considered as one of the candidates for the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. However, after the battle for the Immortal Extermination Formation, his suspicions had lessened significantly. Because of the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation, although Yun Shao Fairy was there, she didn't transmit any more formations. For the immeasurable Heavenly Lord to be able to control this formation, he was most likely a bigwig of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. After all, others might not be sure, but Yin Zhaoga was very clear that the Divine Palace's martial repository had been completely destroyed at the beginning of the Great Calamity. Now that he knew that the earthly scripture was damaged, Zhen Yuanzi's disdain for it decreased further. However, he still couldn't eliminate his suspicions. Previously, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others had seen the figures fighting within the White Jade Door. It was very complicated. Perhaps only the people involved knew the truth. Does the great Taoist Xuandu have to use the earthly scripture fragment to ascend to the Tao realm? Yin Zhaoga pondered. Although I'm not sure what senior apprentice Uncle Xuandu plans to do, he seems to be waiting for the 9 underworlds to make a move with the earthly scripture fragment. Yang Jian said, although senior apprentice Uncle Xuandu has always kept a low profile, senior apprentice Uncle Xuandu has walked ahead of many others. Not only did he have a fortuitous encounter, but he also had his own reasons. Yin Zhaoga and the others nodded. The great Taoist Xuandu has obtained a Lord of Tao and Virtue's legacy. He's truly admirable. Yang Jian continued. Other than the Dipankara ancient Buddha and senior apprentice Uncle Xuandu, Taoist Liu should be more or less done with his preparations. He used the Fushi Zither fragment to exchange for the fire seed devilish spirit within the jade illusory glazed lamp, said Yin Zhaoga. Previously, he had suspected that the fortune Yang Jian wanted to exchange for with the jade illusory glazed lamp might not have landed on the Dipankara ancient Buddha. In the end, he was right. The fire seed devilish spirit within the jade illusory glazed lamp originated from the jade clear Taoist sect's early years of subduing devils. After sending the third fire devil of that generation to perish, they accidentally harvested it and kept it within a lamp. This was something that Taoist Liu Ye had always wanted. Archaic demonic transformation, ancient Tao, medieval ancient Buddha. Yin Zhaoga had already understood the logic behind it. Taoist Liu Ye is going to walk on the devil's path again in this era. The other party was the essence of earlier heavenly fire. If he wanted to transform into the devil's path, only the authority of the third fire devil of the 6 great supreme devils could bear it. Yang Jian said, that's right. Taoist Liu Ye is planning to do so. According to my deductions, he would most likely find a suitable body for the third fire devil's reincarnation. Then, he would make other plans. Perhaps he would secretly tamper with the reincarnation ritual, or he would simply take over the body. As one of the oldest grand heavenly realm experts in this world, Taoist Luya, who was born during the earlier heaven, was even more ancient than the original third fire devil. Yin Zhaoge and Yang Jian didn't doubt that Taoist Luya, who had been planning for so many years, would have his own unique methods. Of course, the 9 underworlds wouldn't just sit by and watch. Only it was still the same old saying. Giving others a chance was also giving oneself a chance. It wasn't unimaginable for both sides to reach a tacit agreement and trade. Yin Zhaoge and the others were thinking about this. What could they obtain from this tribulation? Chapter 16:19. If one were to target the 9 underworlds, the timing would depend on the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoge pondered. However, the others could try to obstruct the 9 underworlds in order to buy time for themselves. Everyone's more or less prepared. Now is the time to act. If the 9 underworlds are prepared and we aren't able to obstruct the 9 underworlds people, we wouldn't be able to make it in time. Yin Zhaoge pondered and said, of course, not being able to make it in time didn't mean that they had to stay out of it. There was an old saying, unable to accomplish anything, but capable of ruining everything. Those who were not prepared could totally obstruct and destroy those who were prepared. Otherwise, if the other party succeeded, they would have to face another Tao ancestor. There was no such thing as harming others without benefiting oneself. As long as one harmed others, it would definitely benefit oneself. Even if one didn't gain anything this time, they could still plan ahead and prepare for the next round. The intensity of this tribulation wouldn't be inferior to the battle for the immortal extermination formation. In fact, it might even surpass it. From a certain perspective, the Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others weren't only satisfied with splitting the immortal extermination 4 swords. They were also trying to increase their strength and solidify their foundations, which would increase their chances of winning in the upcoming battle for the Tao realm. Tao Lord Luya still has to search for a suitable body for the Devil of Fire to reincarnate. This isn't something that can be predicted. Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin. However, before the Great Calamity, or even before this era, he should have already been planning for this. He should be able to make it in time. Yin Di said plainly, perhaps he or the 9 underworlds will start this round. Either Tao Lord Luya was prepared and waited for the 9 underworlds with the others, or the 9 underworlds was also prepared and waited for Luya with the others. Comparatively speaking, the former was more likely. It might be a long wait. Yang Jian smiled. It's not impossible for some changes to happen during this period. Other than the Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Xuandu, and Tao Lord Luya, is there anyone else who reached the final step of the grand heavenly realm? Yin Zhaoge thought for a while and asked, how many Buddha Sariras does Mahamayuri have now? Did he manage to gather all of them? Yang Jian explained, according to Uncle Xiandu's words, there should be a total of 5 Buddha Sariras. I'm not sure how many Mahamayuri has, but it's definitely not all of them. During the war, Mahamayuri and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles had communicated with each other through sound transmission, so no one could hear them. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others did not know how many Sararas Mahamayuri possessed, not knowing that the future Buddha possessed one. However, the ancient Dipankara Buddha still relied on the relic to exchange with Mahamayuri in order to fight for the immortal extermination formation. It could be imagined that after today, Mahamayuri would definitely not be able to gather enough relic. Otherwise, with Mahamayuri as a competitor, the ancient Dipankara Buddha would have a headache first. As Buddhist bigwigs, it's very likely that they're fighting for the same opportunity, and both of them will fall in the 9 underworlds. Yin, Yang, under to Tao Lord to the Yang Jian worlds. The Buddha God, all worlds, Yang Jian said, not many people know about the details. Such matters are usually kept secret. Due to everyone's attention, some information leaked out. No one would wish for the path they had painstakingly planned to be destroyed by others. Their future would be filled with nothing but hopelessness. For such matters, it was best to keep a low profile. Unfortunately, this was everyone's focus. It wasn't something that could be kept low profile. Not mentioning all sorts of divination, just one person's preparation and searching for some necessary items would be able to easily see through it. However, everyone still had to force themselves to continue. They couldn't give up on eating for fear of choking. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. No matter what, someone from Taoism is just a step away. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Even if that's the case, it's still unknown when this great tribulation and opportunity will arrive. Yang Jian said, before that, all we can do is continue to endure hardships and accumulate strength. Otherwise, when a fortuitous encounter arrives, it would only be for the benefit of others. At that time, we'll suffer a calamity and only have regrets left. After the three clear lineage obtained the immortal extermination formation, their situation changed greatly. They now had the confidence to stabilize themselves. However, they had to be cautious if they wanted to progress further. After all, no matter if it was the Dipankar ancient Buddha, Mama Yuri, or Tao Lord Luya, they might have the support of a Tao ancestor. The 9 underworlds, which everyone wanted to take a bite out of, at least had the freedom heavenly devil. It wasn't a pushover. As for the Elder Lord, he might not stand up for the great Taoist Xiandu. If it was a real problem, it wouldn't really disappear just because it didn't exist. Thank you, Taoist, for dispelling my doubts. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Yang Jian. May you succeed. Thank you for your blessings. After bidding farewell to Yin Zhaoge and the others, his figure disappeared by the void. Yin Zhaoge and the others continued their journey. After walking by the void's boundless outskirts for a period of time and observing their surroundings, Yin Zhaoge and the others stopped by universe. Let's do it here. Yin Zhaoge nodded towards Feng Yunsheng. Keep your sea calming pearl for now. Feng Yunsheng answered, all right. Yin Zhaoge took out the southern extremity longevity emperor's sea calming pearl. The pearl was incomparably heavy, and it flickered with 5-colored radiances. Compared to the past, the heavens and earth are different now. Yin Zhaoge took a deep breath, and the profundities of the heaven-opening scripture, grand commencement divine finger, and Dragon Han tribulation scripture manifested simultaneously. The 5-colored radiances on the pearl were unprecedentedly dazzling, and they continuously expanded towards the surroundings. As the radiances flickered, the sea calming pearl also started expanding. The heaviness of a universe became more and more obvious, causing one's heart to palpitate. Under the continuous expansion, the 5-colored radiances gradually disappeared, and the sea calming pearl itself also disappeared. Only space continued expanding, suppressing the void outside. Within this universe, many empty spaces suddenly appeared, and the entire place was filled with darkness. As Yin Zhaoge activated his heaven-opening power, the darkness was dispelled, and an extremely dazzling radiance was born from within. The chaotic earth, water, fire, and wind followed closely behind the radiance, and continuously surged forward. Within the cosmos, layers upon layers of unstable space appeared like boiling water. Then they popped like bubbles, and more bubbles floated up. Under Yin Zhaoge's control, the chaotic earth, water, fire, and wind quickly calmed down and regained their calmness. The changes within the cosmos void stabilized, and it had its own rules. Then, specks of starlight lit up, and stars of their own were born. While it couldn't move, it was an existence even more vast and majestic than the awakened sky cosmos, and it spanned across the void's boundless outskirts. It was grand and aboveboard. Chapter 1620. Within the boundless void's outskirts, a brand new grand cosmos was opened up. Yin Zhaoge let out a long sigh and looked at the cosmos formed by the sea calming pearl. A look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes, and he looked at Feng Yunsheng, Yin Di, Su Fei, and the others by his side. After the great calamity, the heavens were destroyed, and all creations were overturned. Us Taoism's descendants suffered a huge calamity. Today, we finally welcome a new beginning. He smiled and said, Let's call this new starting point the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. The others looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Gao Qingxian temporarily stayed in the Tishita Palace and served the incongruent Divine Mother, who was recuperating. Everyone present was of the Broad Creed Mountains lineage. After hearing Yin Zhaoga's words, the past surfaced in their minds. In the past, when the Broad Creed Mountain had just left the Eight Extremities world's lower realm and attempted to head to the world beyond worlds, their first stop was the Royal Reed Sea. That place's name originated from one of the Taoism's 36 heavens, the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. It was recorded in the world beyond worlds records. To the Broad Creed Mountain, the Royal Reed Sea was a brand new starting point. Now a new chapter had begun here. The impregnable pass is as tough as steel. Now, we're stepping forward, said Yin Zhaoga emotionally. As space warped, another vast cosmos gradually manifested. It was the awakened sky cosmos. Previously, Yin Zhaoga's North Ocean clone had left and returned to the awakened sky cosmos. After contacting Xue Chuqing and the others, they gathered at the awakened sky cosmos. After expanding into the awakened sky cosmos, many of the Pill Hall's original functions were weakened. Now that we have the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, the Pill Hall can be more relaxed, Yin Zhaoga said. However, it's still not the time for us to be complacent. We shouldn't get carried away. For safety's sake, let's let the Pill Hall continue drifting outside. Feng Yunsheng said, with the immortal extermination formation, other forces wouldn't dare to oppress us Taoism's descendants. We have the confidence to compete or trade with them on equal grounds. However, correspondingly, other forces would pay more attention to us. In fact, we might even attract the Tao ancestors' full attention. With the Pill Hall hiding within the void, it's no longer safe. That's right, all the rules have to be overturned. Yin Zhaoga smiled. The necessary caution is still necessary. Still, we can begin advancing. The awakened sky, cosmos, and the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven drew closer to each other. The formless boundaries of the two cosmoses started to come into contact with each other, pushing and repelling each other. However, they gradually formed something like a door that connected the two cosmoses. The various worlds in the awakened sky cosmos began to show signs of migration towards Zhu Luo's Royal Reed Heaven. As Yin Zhaoga presided over the ceremony, his heart jolted slightly. It's Taoist brother Chen Gaochen, said Feng Yunsheng. As Yin Zhaoga and the others turned their heads, they saw that a brand new universe was currently being established in a faraway place amidst the void's boundless outskirts. The source was the same as the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, the Sea Calming Pearl. Ever since the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds were invaded and occupied by the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court, the North Star Emperor had also rebuilt the universe. Moreover, not only could this universe be used to nurture new Taoist talents, it could also become Emperor Gaochen's new cave abode. Currently, Taoism's heavenly immortals could already exist in the world. They no longer needed to drift and sleep with the void's outskirts. After the goddess of Wudong's injuries stabilized and she recovered some essence energy, she would naturally use the Sea Calming Pearl in her hand to open up a new universe and a new Tao field. Apart from replacing Fairy Yun Xiao to take turns to support the immortal vanquishing array, she could stay in her new cave abode or walk in the world. The Cloud Sky Fairy was in the same situation as the incongruent Divine Mother and the North Star Emperor. When it was the incongruent Divine Mother's turn to be on duty, she would rebuild the three immortal islands' foundation. Previously, although Feng Yunsheng didn't need to hide within the void, she still had to conceal her aura and hide within Yin Zhaoga's right pupil. Now, there was no problem for her to walk alongside Yin Zhaoga and the others. Yin Zhaoga turned his head and smiled at Feng Yunsheng. They turned their heads to the other side. There, flames suddenly lit up within the void. The boundless sea of flames seemed to have illuminated the surrounding universe. Even the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, the awakened sky cosmos, and the North Star Emperor's newly established cosmos were dyed fiery red. A tall, short-haired man walked out of the sea of flames and arrived in front of everyone. He was the exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhang. Senior saw, Daoist Suo, Yin Zhaoge, and the others greeted him. After returning their greetings, Suo Mingzhang said, I'm here to receive Junwang. Senior Suo, please follow me, said Yin Zhaoge. Then, he brought Suo Mingzhang into the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. The group traversed through the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven's cosmos and arrived at the sky beyond skies. When they arrived at the Broad Creed Mountain Range's Bright Connection Valley, they saw two divine trees, one tall and one short, standing between the heavens and the earth as if they were reaching the heavens. The moment Suo Mingzhang stepped into the sky beyond skies, the taller Tsinghua divine tree suddenly bloomed with white flowers amidst its blue branches and leaves without any warning. The flowers looked like a snowflake. As the flowering tree swayed without any wind, the melodious sound of wind chimes resounded within the Bright Connection Valley. Suo Mingzhang appeared under the tree and looked at the Tsinghua divine tree in front of him. He opened his palm, and snowflake petals fell onto his palm. The short-haired man remained silent. He stood on the spot and didn't move for a long time. Yin Zhaoge and the others, as well as Xue Chuqing, who rushed over from the Broad Creed Mountain's main peak, stood silently by the side and looked at the two towering divine trees. After a long time, Suo Mingzhang turned around and nodded towards Yin Zhaoge and the others. Then, with a wave of his hand, a halo enveloped the taller Tsinghua divine tree and brought it away, disappearing from the sky beyond skies. He exited the sky beyond skies, left the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, and arrived at the void's outskirts. Then he took out his sea calming pearl. Then this sea calming pearl stood side by side with the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven and the North Star Emperor's cosmos. It formed a brand new universe, which was spread out within the void's outskirts. Suo Mingzhang entered it and tapped on a bubble that hadn't stabilized yet. The bubble expanded. Clear air floated upwards to form the sky, while turbid air sank downwards to form the ground. A brand new world was formed. The tall Tsinghua divine tree rooted itself into the ground once again. Suo Mingzhang sat in a lotus position under the tree. He raised his head and looked at the divine tree's gently swaying branches and leaves. His gaze was lonely and distant. The Taoism's three great universes were opened at the same time. They were spread across the void's outskirts, boundless outskirts, and could be seen from afar. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of various parties. One after another, powerful auras appeared from afar and silently observed the scene. However, no one stopped or interfered. In fact, no one even came close. After losing the immortal extermination formation, it won't be the same anymore. Within the Astro Mountain Starry Sea's Grand Essence Heaven, atop the ancient Fusang tree, Taoist Luya didn't move after receiving the news. Instead, he shook his head, unlocking the golden lock and releasing the flood dragon. The group of great demons in front of him remained silent. Chapter 16:21. In the Grand Essence Heaven, on the Fusang Divine Tree, Tao Lord Luya shook his head. The great demons in front of him were silent. The face of a leader, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, was so dark that it seemed as if it would drip water at any moment. Between him and the other Tao sect martial artists, it was not only a competition between their respective backgrounds and forces, but also a personal grudge. His only son, Fluazi, perished under the incomplete immortal extermination formation laid down by Yin Zhaoge and the others. All these years, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge, but he had never been able to do so. At this moment, the newly established Tao Heaven was right there in the open. However, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles needed to think twice before acting. In response to Tao Lord Luya's sigh, he felt extremely stifled, but all he could do was remain silent. After a long time, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles said, I'll go to the central blessed lands of Saha and see if I can exchange for that Buddha Sarira from Mithria. Buddha, while the great sage equaling heavens is strong, he isn't the real him. The three clear lineage might not be able to continue manifesting his true form. The rock's voice was hoarse and ferocious. No, for a very long time, they won't be able to manifest the true body of the great sage equaling heaven. Ma Miyuri's strength is so great that even I admit my inferiority. However, while the three clear lineage does not have the great sage equaling heavens, the others are not to be underestimated. Dao-Lord Luya sighed softly. If I let Yang Jin go and fight Mama Yuri one-on-one, even if he's no match for him, I'm afraid the outcome will not be decided in a short time. I don't have the immortal slaying flying saber to restrain him for a long time. Luya shook his head. This lad is indeed extraordinary. Although the previous battle was just a flash, I can see that he is gradually finding a way to deal with the immortal slaying flying dagger. The more he fights, the more fearless he is. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' expression was as calm as still water. After a moment of silence, he said, "If it's just my brother, he might be alone, but if there are others helping him, the situation will be different. If not for the fact that we were pressed for time, it would have been impossible for the three clear lineage to succeed in obtaining the immortal extermination formation." He said slowly, "Without the immortal extermination formation, the three clear lineage wouldn't be able to withstand the encirclement of many sections." The existence of the immortal extermination formation had completely changed the situation of the Dao sects. But on the other hand, it was more of a deterrent. This was especially so for the Dao fathers, forming a tacit agreement to restrain each other. From a certain perspective, this restriction was mutual. It was the same for the Dao ancestor and the immortal vanquishing array. If Dao realm experts did interfere, then those below Dao realm would have to depend on the expert's abilities. Before coming here, I contacted the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit and the others to return, Dao-Lord Luya said calmly. If Randang is smart, he'll make the same decision. The war between the central blessed lands of Saha and the immortal court is unavoidable. However, no matter what happens in the future between us and the Western Pure Lands, it's best for us to temporarily stop the war. As for the three clear lineage, it's still too early to say. Let's observe for now. Hearing immortal Luya's words, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' expression darkened. However, he did not say anything. As the group of demons conversed, a dark cloud passed through the vast starry sky of the Astro Mountain Starry Sea and landed in the grand essence heaven. The dark clouds that blotted out the sky shrunk when they entered the grand plainness heaven. They first headed towards the plains of Chestnut, and a moment later, they left the plains of Chestnut and descended towards the Fusan Divine Tree. As the dark clouds retracted, they stopped on the tree trunk, facing Dao-Lord Luya, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, and the other great demons. Amidst the hazy clouds, a tall figure with a lion's head and a human body appeared. What was even more terrifying was that the person's body seemed to have 9 lion heads. The lion heads were ferocious, but they weren't ferocious. Their auras were orderly, and they stood tall. However, the 18 lion eyes flickered with sanguine radiance, as if they were 18 deep and ice-cold pools of blood. He was the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit, the 9-headed lion under the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. After the Great Calamity, the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord suffered a tribulation, while the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit managed to survive and entered the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. He had been living in seclusion for years, and had only recently come out of seclusion. Previously, he didn't participate in the battle for the immortal extermination formation. Instead, he led a portion of the demon race, and continued fighting against the Western Pure Lands Guanyin Bodhisattva, Unbreakable Vajra, and other Buddhist bandies. Now that the battle for the immortal extermination formation had come to an end, the situation had changed, and the war between the demon race and the Western Pure Lands had temporarily come to an end. Thus, the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit led the other great demons and temporarily retreated to the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. Taoist Nine Spirit, have you completed your mission with the Eastern Monarch? Asked Dao-Lord Luya. The Grand Sage of Nine Spirit, who had a lion's head and a human body, replied, "That's right." He looked at Dao-Lord Luya, then at the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, Are you going to stop the war with the Western Pure Lands and join forces against the Orthodox Taoism? It's still too early to say how we're going to treat the three clear lineage. Tao Lord Liao said, however, at least for the time being, we shouldn't be tangling with the Western Pure Lands too much. We just have to keep an eye on the Immortal Court and the central blessed lands of Saha. As he spoke, Liao smiled. In any case, if we don't interfere and the Western Pure Lands doesn't interfere, the central blessed lands of Saha will definitely gain the upper hand. The Grand Sage of Nine Spirits figures seem to be shrouded in dark clouds. No matter what decision you make, I won't mind. However, don't count me in if the Orthodox Taoism is in trouble. This old man has no intention of getting involved in either side. It's just that the lives of a few of my grandsons were lost in the hands of traveling Monk Sunday. He became the victorious fighting Buddha and is currently in the Western Pure Lands. This old man wishes to take revenge for my grandson's deaths, so I came out of the mountains to make a trip. Tao Lord Liao shook his head and said, "It's fine. Taoist Nine Spirit, please go ahead. Farewell." The nine-headed lion's figure vanished into the dark clouds and flew away from the propping mulberry tree. After the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit left, Liao's expression remained calm. He looked at the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and the other great demons and said, "Keep an eye on the three clear lineage, but don't act recklessly." Although the great demons, including the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, were unwilling, they knew that the current situation wasn't stable and needed further observation. After hearing Tao Lord Liao's words, they nodded and dispersed. Tao Lord Liao sat on the tree branch and closed his eyes in deep thought. After a while, he opened his eyes. The golden crow sage appeared and stood beside him. "Send this to the three clear lineage," said Tao Lord Liao as he took out a scarecrow. An arrow was nailed in between the scarecrow's brows. Its blood had dried and turned black. Wudong knows the method herself. This can help her recover faster. Help me pass a message to her. I have something that she's interested in, said Tao Lord Liao as he handed the scarecrow to the golden crow sage. The golden crow sage received it respectfully and flew away from the propping mulberry tree. Tao Lord Liao smiled and muttered to himself, "Since things are different now, I can't judge people with my old standards. I have to be more prepared." At the same time, in the Western Pure Lands, within the Dipankar ancient Buddha's Pure Land, the ancient Buddha was conversing with the Bodhisattva Guanyin, the unbreakable Vajra, the victorious fighting Buddha, and the other Buddhas. Right now, the three clear lineage is in a more comfortable situation than us, said the Dipankar ancient Buddha. Chapter 16:22. In front of the Dipankar ancient Buddha, numerous Buddhas stood with different expressions. After hearing Dipankara's words, the Buddhist Bantis nodded silently. With the immortal extermination formation, Orthodox Taoism had the confidence to contend against the other factions. They no longer had to hide and struggle passively. They could now advance and retreat freely. They could either defend or attack, turning from passivity into initiative. They could take the initiative to advance, and they could continue hiding and slowly develop. They were unlike the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. In order to develop, they had to expand their territory, increase their population, and accumulate faith power. Conflict with other factions were unavoidable. As they walked the same path, they were the most direct competitors, as well as the best targets for each other. Or could also consolidate and gather faith and incense. From a certain perspective, the two heretics would engage in a large-scale war every 100 years. Even if the final victor could not be determined, it was still necessary. Due to various reasons, if the war between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus entered the decisive stage, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race would not sit idly by. The Orthodox Taoism that had been struggling to survive in the past could now reap the spoils of war after obtaining the immortal extermination formation. Compared to the Western Pure Lands and the demon race, the Orthodox Taoism was much more at ease. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. The indestructible Vajra Buddha said, "Previously, we were too lenient towards the three clear lineage. Now that we can't get rid of them, even if we were to ally with the demon race to deal with them, we would have to hold back. Whether they were willing or not, the current orthodox Taoism was already a colossus on the same level as the Western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. Even if a few factions worked together to destroy such a colossus, they would have to pay a certain price. The problem was, who would bear the price? Not a single faction would be able to do so. Even if they did not perish along with orthodox Taoism, they would not be able to withstand the attacks of the other factions if they were to face a huge blow to their vitality. At the end of the day, their clans were enemies with each other. We were too greedy and wanted to obtain the complete immortal extermination formation. We ended up nurturing a tiger. The Dipankara Buddha admitted his mistake. I have yet to see through the three poisons of greed, aversion, and obsession. The indestructible Vajra Buddha shook his head. You're being too serious, ancient Buddha. It's just that we need to control the conflict between the immortal court and the White Lotus heretics. Otherwise, we'll only give the three clear lineage more opportunities to take advantage of. We should just wait for the 9 underworld's tribulation to end before we fight against the demon race and purge the heretics. However, the immortal court is still too weak against the White Lotus heretics. The group of Buddhist venerables put their palms together and chanted softly. The Dipankara ancient Buddha also sighed and smiled. It's a late start. It's already commendable to be where it is today. Buddha Guanyin, Bodhisattva Buddha, said, Ma, Buddha my Buddha, and said. The Bodhisattva Guanyin said, Fortunately, we have the green lotus flag to defend against my Buddha. However, we still have to be careful. The slightest mistake could cause the situation to collapse. Like the yellow almond flag, the green lotus flag could also defend against my Buddha's 5-color divine light. However, as the defending side, they had lost the initiative. Against others, he could still cope with the changes by remaining calm. But against an expert like Mahamayuri, the slightest carelessness could lead to a complete collapse in a very short period of time, not giving his opponent a chance to react. Since they know that we have the green lotus flag, my Buddha wouldn't be able to do anything to us. The White Lotus heretics wouldn't waste their chance so easily. The Dipankara Buddha said, Although the immortal court is weak against the White Lotus heretics, it wouldn't be easy for my Buddha to find an opportunity if they are cautious and focused on stabilizing themselves. However, we have to pay attention to the 3 clear lineage. They will continue to stir up trouble. The Dipankara Buddha looked at the Buddhist Bhantis before him. The great sage equaling heaven's true body won't be able to reappear within a short period of time. However, we have to pay close attention to Yang Jian, Suo Mingzhang, and Feng Yunqing's movements. Yang Jian didn't need to say much. Excluding the great sage equaling heavens, Yang Erlang was currently Taoism's strongest overarching heavenly immortal. Even if he wasn't as close to the Tao realm as the great master Xiandu, his individual strength was still superior. Against my Buddha, the outcome of the battle was still uncertain. Among the active experts, the great sage equaling heavens, and my Buddha could be considered as the top 3 experts beneath the Tao realm. Previously, during the battle for the immortal extermination formation, Suo Mingzhang forcefully resisted the Dipankara Buddha, who possessed the 24 heavens sea calming pearl. His name shook the world once again. Only 100 years had passed since he ascended to the grand heavenly realm. As for Feng Yunsheng, she had only ascended to the grand heavenly realm for around 50 years. However, she was already unafraid of the likes of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles in Yuanhong. She had practically replicated Suo Mingzhang's legend. What was more noteworthy was the fact that with her strength, not only was she proficient in ambushes and assassinations, but she was also proficient in them. As such, her threat level would increase exponentially. Most people would have to pay extra attention to her and be on guard against her. Other than the 3 of them, Yin Zhaoga and his son had also ascended to the grand virtual realm, said the Dipankara Buddha. The Buddhas of the Blessed Lands said, You don't have to remind us. We're all aware of it. The Dipankara Buddha nodded silently. Will the immortal court take the risk and attack the 9 underworlds? Asked the Mahastemaprapta Bodhisattva. The 9 underworld's evil devils could be enlightened as well. The Dipankara Buddha, Taoist Luya, great Taoist Xiandu, and the others had a tacit understanding with the 9 underworlds. They would give each other a chance and wait for the final moment to arrive to fight for the greatest opportunity. However, the immortal court had no such need. Although the 3 clear lineage is no longer a pushover and the 9 underworlds is more of a taboo, if we don't help them, the immortal court would have no advantage against the 9 underworlds. The Dipankara Buddha smiled. As for the 9 underworlds, we still have to be careful. The indestructible Vajra Buddha said, while you, Taoist Luya, and the others have made arrangements, we still have to prevent the 9 underworlds from taking advantage of the situation. The 3 clear lineage is a good example. The Dipankara Buddha said, you're right. I'll be careful. After discussing for a while, the group of Buddhas took their leave. The Guanyin Bodhisattva watched the victorious fighting Buddha's silhouette disappear. Then, she turned around and looked at the Dipankara Buddha. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself. I know what you're thinking. If we can't eliminate them, we shouldn't make them our enemies. The Dipankara Buddha said, although the conflict between the 3 clear lineage and the immortal court is almost irreconcilable, if the timing is right, we can use the 3 clear lineage to help us. At the very least, we could try to make some deals like Mama Yuri did. He let out a long sigh, which was similar to Taoist Luya, who was far away in the Astro Mountain starry seas. The situation is different now. It's not that easy to suppress the 3 clear lineage. We have to change our methods. Chapter 16:23. The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at the Bodhisattva and said with a smile, it's not appropriate for me and the others to show up. I'll have to trouble you to interact with us and the 3 clear lineage. I hope there's a suitable time. The Bodhisattva shook her head and sighed before leaving. The Dipankara ancient Buddha watched her leaving silhouette and retracted his gaze after a while. 18 glowing 5-colored pearls appeared in front of him. Looking at the sea-calming pearl that was missing a quarter, the ancient Buddha shook his head and smiled. Then he kept the pearl. Sitting on the lotus, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's expression was calm. His gaze no longer fluctuated. His eyes were slightly closed, as if they were extinguished. No matter if it was the western Pure Lands or the Astro Mountain starry seas, they all remained silent after receiving the news of the 3 clear lineage establishing the Taoism myriad heavens. The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus that had been actively suppressing the orthodox Taoism didn't make any noise. The 3 new Tao universes swaggered about and existed openly in the void's outskirts. However, the other forces seemed to have ignored this fact. Compared to thousands of years ago, when the Taoism universe, the world beyond worlds, and the roving jade heavens were established, they experienced a long and bloody battle. In the dark times that the orthodox Taoism had experienced after the Great Calamity, they had paid an immeasurable price to finally be able to find a stable place to settle down and develop. After all, there were very few hidden and stable places like the Jade Spring world. Most of the time, the people of Taoism would struggle to survive within the cracks. People like Li Xingba and Taoist Crimson Mist lived in seclusion. Even if no one went to suppress them, it was obviously impossible for them to develop and spread their lineage. Immortal realm experts with their cultivation would naturally be fine if they were to leave the mortal world. However, the selection of successors and the nurturing of successors couldn't be separated from the mortal world. Only with sufficient population could a small number of outstanding geniuses emerge. Only with sufficient stability in the middle and lower levels could they continuously produce new blood. Today, the orthodox Taoism lineage no longer had to worry about such issues. Suo Mingzhong, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the other Taoism heavenly lords didn't have to continue drifting within the void's outskirts. They reopened their abodes and lived here peacefully. At the same time, it also meant that more martial arts inheritances would be passed down, more people would be born, and more human worlds would be established. From then on, The Taoist martial artists could walk in the endless void of the outer realm. Although they were not without scruples, they did not need to hide like stray dogs and worry about being besieged and pursued. There were more resources and more treasures. Whether or not they could compete with the other factions was another matter. At the very least, they could openly compete with others with their own abilities. He no longer had to worry about enemies of a higher level appearing all of a sudden, but he didn't have any big shots backing him up. No matter how high he was, he could not be a Tao realm mighty figure. In the past, the biggest embarrassment of the Tao sect martial artists was that they did not have a Tao ancestor who could stabilize the situation. Although it still did not exist, the immortal execution formation had changed the situation. The overall situation was indeed different. Seeing Su Ao Mingzhong taking away the Songhua divine tree formed by Xiao, Junhuang slew, Yin Zhaoge, and the others were filled with emotions. Now, everything was the expectation of the predecessors of Taoism, like Xiao Junhuang after the Great Calamity. One couldn't reach 1,000 miles without taking small steps. It was precisely because of the efforts of generations after generations that the glimmer of light finally grew stronger. In the end, it turned into the sun rising from the east and started dispelling the darkness and coldness. Yin Zhaoge opened his palm. An indistinct radiance rose up. It gradually expanded and turned into a huge wheel of light. After the radiance dissipated, a black iron wheel appeared on Yin Zhaoge's hand. There were 12 holes on the wheel. It was the Great Netherworld Wheel. The huge black iron wheel continuously rotated. Currently, the Songhua divine tree that was left in the Bright Connection Valley had countless blue flowers blooming without any signs. The blue flower petals floated down like fine snowflakes and landed on the black iron wheel. Yindi also extended his hand and tapped lightly. A red radiance appeared on his fingertip. The red radiance expanded and enveloped the Bright Connection Valley. This red radiance originated from the immortal trapping sword. Yindi intercepted it and kept it with him. The dark red radiance transformed into a curtain, presenting an eternal scene. A man in purple and a woman in white stood side by side with their backs facing Yin Zhaoge and the others. The man in purple held the sword in his left hand, while the woman in white held the sword in her right hand. Her left hand was linked with the man's right hand. Other than the back view in front of Yin Zhaoge and the others, they could also see the man and woman looking at each other. They revealed half of their faces and smiled. That was the final back view of Yindi's parents, Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian, as recorded in the immortal trapping sword. The sword Buddha in the scene had already been eliminated by Yin Di, leaving only his parents. Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian had sacrificed the Jade Cauldron's corpse and the immortal trapping sword. As a result, their remains weren't left behind. Yin Di could only build a cenotaph as a memento, and this dark red sword light always accompanied by his side. Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Yin Di, Xue Chuqing, Su Fei, and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces and bowed solemnly. Grandfather, grandmother, Exalted Wood, Dim Radiant and Bright Connection seniors, and other Taoism seniors, your past efforts weren't in vain. We've succeeded, Yin Zhaoge muttered softly. The number of Taoism experts who perished during and after the Great Calamity was uncountable. Currently, Yin Zhaoge and the others already knew a lot about the situation through Yang Jian, Yin Shao Fairy, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Xuandu, Great Taoist Master, and the others. The Jade Clear Lineage, the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, the Jade Cauldron Cultivated Deity, the Lord of Taoism, and other bigwigs had suffered heavy casualties. Within the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, one of the 4 Imperials, the Earth Queen had perished. Among the 3 Sky Fairies, other than Yin Shao Fairy, Qiong Shao Fairy and Bai Shao Fairy had perished. The former Prime Clear Lineage's pinnacle bigwig, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's head of the Fighting Division, the Golden Spirit Divine Mother, had perished as well. One of the proudest descendants of the Prime Clear Lineage's 3rd generation, the Lord of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Thunder Division, the 9 Heavens Responding Thunder Heavenly Lord Wenzhong, had perished following in the footsteps of his master, the Golden Spirit Divine Mother. The original owner of the 24C calming pearls, the prime, clear bigwig Zhao Gongming, had also escaped the investiture of the gods during the Great Calamity. However, he had the same fate as Qiong Shao Fairy and Bai Shao Fairy. The Zhenwu devil-rinsing heavenly lord, longevity god lord, Venus star lord. There were countless of them. Some perished during the Great Calamity, while some perished for the sake of Taoism's revival after the Great Calamity. For example, the incongruous Divine Mother had almost become one of them during the fight for the immortal extermination formation. Yin Zhaoge looked at Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian's back view. He looked at the great underworld wheel formed by Yin Tianxia's corpse. He looked at the Canghua divine tree formed by Hu Yuexin's corpse. He looked at the silhouettes that gradually appeared in front of him. While he felt disappointed, he also felt a little relieved. Although we haven't been able to clear away the heretics and other enemies, our Taoism's revival has already begun. Yin Zhaoge said slowly, "The golden age will arrive as everyone wishes." Chapter 1624. Although Taoism's situation had drastically changed, it wasn't the time to be complacent. There was still a long way to go before Taoism's flourishing era could return to its former glory. If they made a mistake along the way, today's good atmosphere might turn into nothing. Yin Zhaoge and the others were aware of this. They didn't lose their morale or their cautiousness. After paying their respects to the ancestors, they left the Bright Connection Valley. In the past, I once swore to the dim radiant wheel beneath the Canghua divine tree. I wanted all those who besieged dim radiant Yin to perish under the dim radiant wheel, so that the dim radiant wheel could personally take revenge. Yin Zhaoge said as he walked. Unfortunately, when I went to the heretics' territories to look for He Mian, I didn't have much time. I didn't have the time to look for them one by one. He lowered his head and looked at the radiant wheel in his palm. I'll have to make up for this in the future. Naturally, we have to do what we have to do. However, don't be too hasty, said Xue Chuqing. Don't worry. I understand. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Taoism was busy rebuilding the myriad heavens and expanding their territories. While attracting the attention of other forces, they were also paying attention to the outside world. The Western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountain Starry Seas had stopped fighting. For the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha no longer showed themselves. Only the two heretics experts were still fighting against each other. However, the intensity of the war was also decreasing. The future Buddha could finally refine the humanly essence stone fragment. The war between the two heretics for 100 years had finally ended, and they entered a new period of peace. While there would still be conflicts between them, and small-scale battles would continue, the large-scale war would have to wait for the next round. Taoism's revival naturally attracted the two heretics' vigilance and vigilance. The next round of war would require a new opportunity. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to fight again within the next few years. However, for the current orthodox Taoism, they didn't need to rely on the conflict between the two parties to carry out their activities. Of course, for Yin Zhaoge and the others, it would be best if they could continue watching while their enemies fought against each other. If the demon race and orthodox Buddhism don't interfere, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's advantage is still greater than the Immortal Court's. Yin Zhaoge said, the Immortal Court isn't aggressive enough. However, if they focus on defending, they wouldn't suffer a huge loss. At most, they would give up some immortal territories and shrink their territories. Let's just let nature take its course, Xue Fei muttered. On one hand, the orthodox Tao sects had just obtained the immortal extermination formation, and the other enemies were at their most wary. They kept their fangs and were wary of the movements of the orthodox Tao sects. At this moment, if the three clear lineage were to continue pressuring them, even if their opponents were unwilling, they might be stimulated to the point of taking a risk. On the other hand, the situation was now in a delicate balance. If the three clear lineage were to help the blessed lands of the White Lotus beat up the Immortal Court, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would definitely be happy. The Immortal Court would soon collapse. But in that case, The immeasurable heavenly Lord would no longer have any apprehensions and would no longer fear the immortal extermination array. In the end, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would obtain the greatest benefits. Of course, letting nature take its course didn't mean that the orthodox Taoism, the immortal court, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus would live in harmony. It wasn't that he didn't want revenge. It was just that the time had not come yet. Currently, the most urgent matter for the orthodox Taoism was to utilize the safety of the environment to further develop themselves and accumulate their strength. The Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others are waiting for the fortune of the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoga's gaze was deep. To us, this matter is of utmost importance. If the 3 clear lineage had another Tao realm bigwig other than the Elder Lord, the situation would be entirely different. The great Taoist Xiandu's fortune of ascending to the Tao realm is also within the 9 underworlds, said Feng Yunsheng slowly, directly competing against the Dipankara Buddha and the others. That was why they were so focused on the immortal extermination formation. The immortal extermination formation's existence was an important source of confidence for the upcoming Tao realm fortune. The Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others had the same thought, which was why they took the risk. In the end, they were one step behind. To a certain extent, the fight for the immortal extermination formation was the prelude for the upcoming battle of the Great Tao. The battle of the Great Tao would become crueler and more intense. A Tao ancestor alone couldn't deal with the immortal extermination formation. Only 4 Tao realm bigwigs could break through the formation. However, on the other hand, the immortal extermination formation couldn't deal with Tao realm bigwigs. Even if there were 400 immortal extermination formations, they still wouldn't be able to harm a Tao ancestor. This was the difference between the immortal extermination formation and Tao realm bigwigs. Strictly speaking, while the immortal extermination formation could defeat grand heavenly immortals, it was still in existence below the Tao realm. Yin Zhaoga and the others were extremely clear about this point. Looking at the overall situation, we're currently looking for a chance to initiate an attack. However, our overall strategy is to defend. Yin Zhaoga lightly tapped on his temple. In the past, they couldn't even defend themselves. They could only move around and make use of the enemy's conflicts to take advantage of the situation. Now that they had the immortal extermination formation, they could stand their ground and fight against their enemies on equal grounds. However, overall, they were still in a defensive position. If the orthodox Taoism could have another Tao ancestor other than the Grand Supreme Elder, they might be able to usher in a strategic counterattack and start to take the initiative. That was naturally the prosperous scene that Xiao Jun Wang, Hu Yuexin, and the others have been looking forward to. It's still the same old saying. Either you try to make yourself stronger, or you make the enemy weaker. Yin Zhaoga pondered and said, think of a way to hinder Dipankara and immortal Lu. Yin Di said mildly, it's not just the Dipankara ancient Buddha and Tao Lord Luya. In order to prevent others from interfering, those who are attempting to ascend to the Tao realm would often keep their cultivation and fortuitous encounters a secret. Randeng, Luya, and the great Taoist Master Xiandu are publicly acknowledged to be the closest to the Tao realm. However, it's not impossible for the others. The 3 of them might not be the only ones who are plotting for the opportunity of the 9 nether. Yin Di said, moreover, it is still hard to say when the outcome of this round will be decided. Everyone is fighting for it. That's right. Although everyone is rearing the 9 nether like a pig and preparing to slaughter it for the new year, just like what Yang Erlang said, the 9 nether is a wild boar. It might turn around and kill the hunter at any time. Yin Zhaoga smacked his head and laughed self-mockingly. Didn't the others suffer a loss at our hands during the immortal extermination formations round? After letting out a long sigh, he said, using the immortal extermination formation, we obtained the hard-earned environment for development. Naturally, we have to make good use of it. Moreover, the environment wasn't good in the past. Everyone was hiding and living in seclusion. Yin Zhaoga touched his chin. Now that the environment is different, will there be some good news for us after the news spreads out? Chapter 1625. Although many Taoism bigwigs' deaths were confirmed, there were still people whose whereabouts were unknown. Yin Zhaoge and the others naturally hoped that more of their fellow Taoists survived. However, the void's boundless outskirts was too vast, and it wasn't easy to find them. Even if there were, it wouldn't be possible to understand the changes in the environment within a short period of time. Previously, they had been hidden for so many years, and no one could find them. This meant that their communication with the outside world was limited. Others couldn't find them, and it was hard for them to get in touch with the outside world. When they found out about the changes in Orthodox Taoism's environment, it would take a long time. They might not even realize it even after many years. Regarding this, Yin Zhaoge and the others could only hope for the best. Right? Do you have any special intentions for leaving behind another sea calming pearl? Su Fei asked Yin Zhaoge. I don't have any special intentions. After a while, I'll open up a cosmos for humans to live in, said Yin Zhaoge. However, I have some ideas regarding this cosmos and the various worlds within. I intend to give it a try. Oh, what do you mean? Everyone's interest was piqued. Yin Zhaoge touched his chin. We all know that the heretics are opportunistic and have many flaws. Although I don't agree with them, there are some things that we have to face. The heretics improve faster and easier than us. Although they can't produce top-notch experts, at least in the profound immortal realm, they have a huge advantage in terms of numbers, especially in such a short period of time. Feng Yunsheng and the others quietly listened to Yin Zhaoge's word without interrupting or questioning him. They have a lot of flaws, but there's one thing that I think is worth discussing. Yin Zhaoge spread his palms. The heretics' entry threshold is much lower than ours. The Orthodox Taoism's path of martial arts had certain requirements for one's aptitude and talent. It was a fact that hard work could make up for one's lack of talent. However, there was another type of reality. People who were more talented than you were also more hardworking than you. Other than that, a person's natural lifespan had a limit. When one's martial cultivation reached a certain realm, their lifespan would increase accordingly. Even if hard work could make up for one's lack of talent, most of the time, this lack of talent had a minimum limit. Otherwise, the natural law of dying of old age would eliminate most people. In this aspect, the Orthodox Buddhist sects might be slightly better than the Taoist sections. Although some dharmic formulations also tested one's perception, there were still some dharmic formulations that focused more on one's willpower and bitter cultivation. However, one thing that had to be recognized was that people with extraordinary willpower were actually still in the minority. From the perspective of the entry threshold, the popularity of the heretics was much higher than that of the Orthodox Taoism and Buddhism. While from Yin Zhaoge's point of view, the heretic cultivation techniques had some problems here and there, it was still a huge advantage for them to be widely spread. Looking at them, I often wonder if there's any way to lower the entry requirements for our Orthodox Taoism. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Feng Yunsheng, Yin Di, and the others exchanged looks. By saying this, you have an idea? Not really. That's why I've decided to give it a try. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. You? Could it be that you want to imitate the netherworld demon's bestowment technique? Feng Yunsheng asked hesitantly. If there was a technique in this world that allowed one to improve faster than the heretic path, it would undoubtedly be the God-fiend empowerment. But on the one hand, after the empowerment, it was difficult to continue saying you or... On the other hand, this might be the best technique to test one's innate aptitude. I have to admit that although it's different, it did give me some inspiration, said Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge said, still, it's just a vague idea for now. Let's wait until I try out this unorthodox method a bit more and have some ideas about it. He looked at his mother, Xue Chuqing, and changed the topic. Taoist Fu. The three of them. Nothing special happened, said Xue Chuqing as she shook her head. During this fight for the immortal extermination formation, Yin Zhaoge and the other Taoism lineage disciples were also secretly on guard against one thing. That was Fu Ting, Meng Wan, and He Shixing, who had hidden dangers because of the immeasurable heavenly lord. The Taoism lineage, the immortal court, and the other forces were fighting for the immortal extermination formation with all their might. Currently, All the top-notch experts that they could contact and mobilize were all mobilized, while they were fighting with all their might on the battlefield. Yin Zhaoge and the others didn't forget to guard against their own backyard. Fu Yunqi, who had just broken through the pure, profound tribulation, was closely guarding his 2 daughters and 1 disciple. Before Yin Zhaoge left, he had made some arrangements, with Fu Yunqi keeping an eye on them. Even if they were forcefully illuminated by the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the situation wouldn't escalate to the sky beyond skies and the awakened sky cosmos. In the end, to everyone's delight, nothing special happened. However, Yin Zhaoge didn't think that the immortal court had forgotten about this, especially since many people believed that Yin Zhaoge's situation was similar to Fu Ting and the others. As for why Fu Ting, Meng Wan, and He Shixing didn't encounter any trouble, it might be due to Yin Zhaoge and the others' countermeasure. Or perhaps they had other plans. We've done our best for now. Before we have any other clues, let's not rush. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. I'll head to the roving Jade Heavens first and take a look at senior apprentice Sister Yu. Under everyone's cooperation, Yu Ye's condition gradually stabilized. Close to 100 years had passed since then. Amidst the changes, the entire world was vastly different. Currently, Yi still hadn't regained her senses. It was only because Yin Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, and the others told her to rest better. Back then, her injuries were extremely severe, and she almost lost her life. Under normal circumstances, even if she regained consciousness, her vitality might be greatly damaged, and her foundation might be damaged. Naturally, this wasn't what Yin Zhaoge and the others wanted to see. What they were currently busy with was seeking for the best outcome. However, after regaining consciousness, Yi would have to face many things. Yin Zhaoge believed that with Yu Ye's willpower, she should be able to endure it. However, just because she could endure it didn't mean that it would be a form of cruelty to her. What's to come will eventually come. Yin Zhaoge shook his head and sighed. He left the sky beyond skies and headed towards the roving Jade Heavens. After arriving and checking on Yu Ye's condition, Yin Zhaoge said to Long Xueji, after 2 more treatments, she should be fine. We could try to awaken senior apprentice Sister Yu. Only, we still have to make some preparations to recover her vitality. Some treasures still have to be gathered. Unfortunately, the clues are limited. She's already doing very well. Long Xueji looked at his niece, his gaze filled with warmth. Among the 3 siblings, his second sister, Long Xuening, and her husband had already passed away, leaving behind only her. Although martial arts practitioners didn't care much about life and death, Long Xueji would feel guilty towards his deceased sister if Yu Yi were to die. Now that there was hope for Yu Ye's recovery, he was naturally delighted. At that moment, Gao Shuobo walked in and asked, "How's little Ye's condition?" After hearing Yin Zhaoge and Long Xueji's confirmation, Gao Shuobo said, "Mother sent a message. Tao Lord Luya sent a scarecrow to the Tishida Palace through the Xuandu Great Monk's Connections." Chapter 16:26. Scarecrow. Yin Zhaoge raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it related to the Nailhead 7 Arrows book? Gao Shuobo nodded. That's right. According to the great Taoist Master Xiandu and the goddess, this straw doll can help the goddess recover as soon as possible. It is not impossible, Yin Zhaoge pondered as he nodded slowly. After thinking about it, he smiled and said, Taoist Luya is apologizing, but it's not enough. I think there are other ways to make it up to Saint Mother. Tao Lord Luya was born in the Khanate world. He has experienced Tao, Buddhism, and demons. There is no doubt that his foundation is rich. Perhaps he really has something that the goddess is interested in. The so-called foundation did not only refer to personal strength. Most of the time, a secret that was unknown to others, something that others desired, could be more useful than a person's martial strength. The key was how to use it. Fighting for the immortal extermination array was the common interest of the entire Tao sect. The incongruous Divine Mother was severely injured because of Taoist Lord Luya. If she wanted to seek revenge on Taoist Lord Luya, she would need to use the immortal extermination formation. That would concern the entire Tao sect. However, if she decided not to seek revenge on Downlord Luya, it would be a personal matter, and the incongruent's Divine Mother could decide for herself. Now that Gao Qingxian had relayed the news to the others, it was clear that Taoist monarch Lu Ya's bargaining chip had moved the incongruent's Divine Mother. Yin Zhaoge and the others naturally had no objections to this. With the immortal extermination formation, our Taoism's direct lineage is no longer as weak as before. Taoist Luya and the demon race would naturally try to mend their relationship with us. Yin Zhaoge shook his head slightly. However, we still have to be careful. At the same time of cooperation, friction and confrontation were unavoidable. After all, both sides had their own needs, and there were disputes and competitions between them. When Downlord Luya injured the incongruent's Divine Mother and fought for the immortal extermination array, the Tao sect's direct disciple also killed the Yellow Wind Monster and the Black Cloud's Immortal, causing the demons to suffer heavy losses. 2 of the 9-headed bug's heads were smashed by Yang Jian and the monkey. It was heavily injured and on the verge of death. The demons had even more reason to retaliate. It was just that they had a deeper conflict with another opponent, the Western Pure Lands. Therefore, they were more restrained when facing the orthodox Taoism. This principle was also applicable to the Western Pure Lands. Now that the environment had just changed, everyone still needed to adjust and adapt. When everything was ready, a new round of conflicts and battles would erupt. To the direct disciples of the Tao sect, they were happy to have a stable period of time to continue to promote their own development and prepare for the upcoming situation. The main point is that apart from the Grand Supreme Elder, we have to quickly produce another Tao realm mighty figure. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. The Divine Mother is also a veteran heavenly lord who attained the Tao during ancient times. How far away is she from the Tao realm? Gao Xiaobo and Long Xueji both shook their heads slightly. According to what we know, it's hard to confirm anything at the moment. We'll have to see how things develop in the next few years. After a slight pause, Long Xueji said, according to the words of the old ancestor, the Divine Mother's path towards the Tao had once seen the light of dawn, but it was severed. Now, she has to start anew and walk another path. It is even more difficult, and the hope is even more uncertain. The old Grand Master he mentioned was naturally the Vine Sovereign Li Ying, who had already passed away before the great calamity. I see. No wonder Downlord Luya was able to move her heart. Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin. I wonder who was the one who obstructed the Divine Mother's first path. After asking, Yin Zhaoge noticed that Gao Xiaobo and Long Xueji's expressions were a little weird. I heard that it was the Manjushri Bodhisattva. Gao Xiaobo said slowly. In other words, the Manjushri Heavenly Lord of the past. Yin Zhaoge blinked his eyes and laughed. The weather today is really nice. The Manjushri Heavenly Lord was one of the Jade, clear lineage's bigwigs during the ancient era. After the investiture of the God's War, he entered Buddhism along with the Samantabhadra cultivated deity, the compassionate cultivated deity, Qian Sun, and the others. They transformed into Manjushri Bodhisattva and stood alongside the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the Guanyin Bodhisattva. After the Middle Era, the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha and the Gautama Buddha transcended, and the Methya Buddha transformed the central blessed lands of Saha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Countless Buddhist Bantis perished. The Manjushri Bodhisattva was one of them. Only, Yin Zhaoge didn't know that the Manjushri Bodhisattva had once obstructed the incongruent's Divine Mother's path. I wonder if the incongruent's Divine Mother interfered when the Manjushri Bodhisattva perished? Yin Zhaoge guessed maliciously. Between the Manjushri Bodhisattva and the Divine Mother, they might be fighting for the same treasure or the same fortune. You have it, while I don't. Gao Xiaobo said, the deceased is already dead. There's no need to say anything more. It's just adding more trouble for the Divine Mother. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a while and said, while the great Taoist Shindu is already prepared, the more grand heavenly immortals we have, the better. He told Gao Xiaobo and Long Xueji about how Downlord Luya, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, The great Taoist Xiandu and the others were waiting for a fortune in the 9 underworlds. It's still hard to say if the Divine Mother can make it in time. Gao Shuabo listened attentively and said, "After all, when this will begin depends on the results of the various parties. We should place our hopes on the great Taoist Xiandu." Yin Zhaoga nodded. "For now, that's indeed the case." He looked at Gao Shuebo and Long Shueji. Senior apprentice sister Yu's condition has already stabilized. What I'm saying is that we shouldn't be in a hurry to wake her up. Let's continue searching for treasures like the blood cord stone pith, soul, shattering jade, and spirit ocean essence. If we can achieve the best outcome, it'd naturally be good. If not, we shouldn't force it. Gao Shuebo sighed. Yin Zhaoga nodded and smiled. Right, Qinger has started sheathing edge and nurturing sword? Gao Shuebo's expression relaxed slightly. Indeed, her personality is still a little unstable. However, there's nothing wrong with sheathing edge and nurturing sword. It can be used to train her. Gao Qing was Gao Shuebo's granddaughter. In the past, she was a rising star of the prime, clear lineage of the roving Jade Heavens. Her reputation was rather resounding. Although her cultivation was slower than Fu Ting's, she was still younger than Fu Ting. The two were famed geniuses of the roving Jade Heavens and the world beyond worlds. Although they were inferior to Chun Qianhua, Nie Jingshin, Yu Yi, and He Mian, they were still monstrous talents that far surpassed the masses. Fu Ting had already pushed open the door to immortality and ascended to the true immortal realm. Gao Qing was slower than her. Still, she had already become a human exalt long ago, having caught up to her little uncle, Long Hanhua. Considering how difficult it was for sword cultivators to improve in the first place, Gao Qing's rate of improvement was rather shocking. After attaining the human exalt realm, Gao Qing had started sheathing edge and nurturing sword as well. It seemed like her improvement had slowed down, as if she might stagnate for many years like her grandfather, Gao Shuebo. Still, sheathing edge and nurturing sword was essentially a technique that pursued perfection, allowing the strong to become even more powerful. Those who could successfully nurture their swords were extremely rare. This meant that if they cultivated normally, they would also have a chance of pushing open the door to immortality based on their own talent and strength. Chapter 16:27. It was difficult for a sword cultivator to improve. The higher one went, the more difficult it would be, especially after ascending to the celestial plane. Sheathe edge and nurture the sword was a secret art created by the ancestors of the prime clear lineage for the sake of breaking through bottlenecks. Sharpening the knife will not delay the work of cutting firewood. The reason why he stopped now was to make his future path smoother. It was just that this technique was difficult to practice, and there were very few people who had the ability to practice it. Among those who had the ability but were not suitable, a portion of them had to be deducted. Such was the case for Long Shueji. Or perhaps if he indeed cultivated in the Tao of the sword, he would similarly be unsuited for sheath edge and nurture the sword. As a result, there were even fewer people who cultivated the sheath edge and nurture sword. However, Gao Qing could cultivate this technique. Although she was temporarily stuck at the martial saint realm, and might even be stuck there for many years, she would be able to build a good foundation for the future. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed, and a new generation has gradually grown up. Yin Zhaoga said emotionally, "I heard that another rising star has appeared in the roving Jade Heavens these past few years. His talent and potential not inferior to that of senior apprentice Uncle Long and senior apprentice Sister Yu back then. This is truly worthy of celebration." As compared to the two brothers, Gao Shuebo and Long Shueji, Yin Zhaoga was very young. Still, the two of them did not feel that there was anything wrong with him commenting on the newly emerged geniuses of Taoism with the tone of a senior. Long Shueji continued Yin Zhaoga's words with a natural expression. "It is a good piece of metal. Still, it still needs to be tempered before it can be forged into steel." "Congratulations, everyone," Gao Shuebo also said. "In recent years, didn't the realm beyond Avalon also have geniuses that shocked the world? And of Broad Creed Mountain?" Yin Zhaoga smiled. In the words of senior apprentice Uncle Long, that child still needs to be polished. There are also some that have been polished. A smile appeared on Gao Shuabua's face as well. Even before the great calamity, it was rare to see so many human exalts preparing to push open the door to immortality. This is a coincidence, Yin Zhaoga said. Also, there will definitely be an order. It can't be said to have pushed open the immortal door at the same time. It will still depend on one's fate. As Gao Shuabua had said, after many years of accumulation, Broad Creed Mountain's reserve of talent was about to undergo a major surge. Not only had Yuan Zhengfeng just successfully pushed open the door to immortality not long ago, Fang Jun, Yinglong Tu, Si Kongqing, and Xiaoguang were also following closely behind him. Although Ahu wasn't a disciple of the Broad Creed Mountain, he had also been a human exalt for many years and was preparing to push open the immortal door. If nothing unexpected happened, it was possible that more than 5 true immortals would appear in the Broad Creed Mountain's lineage in the next few years. This number was almost the same as the number of immortals in the roving Jade Heavens in recent years. It was no wonder that Gao Shuebua exclaimed in admiration. In the entire sky beyond skies, other than the Broad Creed Mountain, there were only 3 more true immortals: Fu Ting, He Shixing, and Bai Tao. After years of silent accumulation, the Grandmasters of the Grandmaster Martial Saint level had finally begun to gradually break through to the immortal realm. Although it was still too early, more people would challenge the pure, profound tribulation in the future. Broad Creed Mountains, Shijun, Bright Connection Valley, Shao Ai, Golden Court Mountains, Long Hanhua, and Tang Yonghao, and ingenious flying peaks, Red Lotus Cliffs, Ming, Wan had all already ascended to the human exalt stage, beginning to silently accumulate their strength. Other than that, Wang Pu of Jade Capital Crag, Zheng Mo of Cloud Pavilion Mountain's Profound Remnant Locale, and the others were the same. The pure, profound tribulation was extraordinary, and failure meant death. Therefore, many people would be stuck at the boundary between immortal and mortal, and they would be stuck for many years. This was an objective rule, just like Chao, Jia, Lu Jinggu, Bai Tao, and the others. The closer one got to the Dao realm, the more difficult it would be. At this level, whether one could ascend to the next level didn't just depend on one's own aptitude, but also external conditions. Now that Taoism was gradually developing and prospering, various treasures, opportunities, and supreme martial arts were far more abundant than before. Objectively speaking, it greatly reduced the difficulty of a martial art practitioner's improvement and increased the probability of a breakthrough. However, Fang Jun, Yinglong Tu, and the others said that there was hope in the near future, so they still had to be careful. Without sufficient confidence, they wouldn't dare to attempt it recklessly. As Yin Zhaoga said, it wasn't realistic for many people to leap through the Dragon's Gate at the same time. There would definitely be someone who would leap first. Perhaps many years had passed between these two events. However, the current orthodox Taoism, the current sky beyond skies, and the current Broad Creed Mountain were all brimming with vigor. After accumulating for so long, it was time for them to bear fruit. After this wave of eruption, no one knew when a similar large-scale eruption would occur again. However, tsunamis weren't common, while rivers flowed for a long time. The Broad Creed Mountain that was already on the right track possessed a healthy mechanism to produce blood. Talents would continuously emerge. It was a similar situation for other Taoism legacies. At that time, perhaps the Golden Age would truly descend. However, before that, Yin Zhaoga and the others still had to work hard. After chatting with Gao Shuebua, Long Xueji, and the others regarding Yu Ye's situation, and agreeing to search for treasures like the Blood Cord Stone Marrow, Yin Zhaoga left. After meeting Taoist Cloud Conquest and the other prime clear bigwigs in the roving Jade Heavens, he exited the roving Jade Heavens and returned to the sky beyond skies. After the sky beyond skies and the other worlds entered the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, the awakened sky cosmos shrunk. The Pill Hall separated itself from the Broad Creed Mountain's peak, and the hall's internal cosmos returned to the main hall. Out of consideration, Yin Zhaoga didn't place the Pill Hall within the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven. Instead, he allowed it to continue drifting within the void's boundless outskirts. After going all out for the immortal extermination formation, we finally obtained our current stable environment, allowing us to recuperate. Su Fei looked towards Yin Zhaoge. At the same time, we also need to slow down and observe the changes of the situation outside. For orthodox Taoism, self-development was very important. Seizing the immortal extermination formation wasn't to immediately take revenge by attacking the immortal court or the blessed lands of the White Lotus. It wasn't to cause mutual destruction, resulting in mutual destruction. Even the Cloud Sky Fairy, who is currently in control of the immortal extermination formation, could still maintain her rationality after losing her elder brother and 2 younger sisters due to the Great Calamity. It wasn't that the time wasn't right, but that the time wasn't right. Continuously developing and accumulating until one could suppress their opponents with brute strength and sweep through the entire universe. Senior apprentice brother, Su, also needs to recuperate. Why don't you hand over the sex matters to junior apprentice brother Xia, junior apprentice brother Lan, Little June, and the others, said Yin Zhaoge. During the battle for the immortal extermination formation, Su Fei, who possessed the golden body of the great sage, had expended a lot of his energy. After the battle, he was in a weakened state, and it wasn't easy for him to recover his vitality. I'll make the arrangements. Su Fei nodded and looked towards Yin Zhaoge. What about you, junior apprentice brother Yin? Although I really want to cause trouble for the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Dalord Lu Ye, and the others, the time isn't ripe yet. Yin Zhaoge said, the battle of the immortal extermination formation gave me quite a lot of inspiration. I need some time to organize some martial arts principles. That's why I plan on entering seclusion for some time. Su Fei's interest was piqued. Now that you've achieved the 5 Qis unification, your next cultivation should be towards condensing the 3 flowers above your head. Essence, Qi, and Spirit. Which one would you condense first? Chapter 16:28. The 5 Qis unification was a grand virtual immortal. On top of that, he could cultivate the 3 flowers at one's prominence and become a great overarching heavenly immortal. The so-called 3 flowers, also known as the 3 splendors, were the highly condensed martial arts concepts that a martial artist had learned in the process of cultivation, and even further breakthroughs and sublimations. Essence, Qi, and Spirit were all gathered together, and that was when all space-time in the Golden Luo realm was at ease. The sequence of cultivating the 3 flowers was not fixed. It depended on the martial artist's own judgment and choice. However, the 3 beauties had their own differences. Choosing one of them involved a certain trade-off. If it's junior apprentice brother Yin, you most likely cultivate the splendor of Qi and the splendor of Spirit first, leaving the splendor of Essence last, right? It's just that I wonder which one you'll choose first. Su Fei asked Yin Zhaoge. The cultivation of the 3 beauties was different from one another. Cultivating the essence and strengthening one's foundation was directly reflected in the fact that one's recovery speed would be faster after being injured. When one was extremely fatigued and mentally injured, it was also easier for one to recover one's vitality. Even when they were heavily injured, their vitality was even more tenacious. At the same time, the most important thing was that his lifespan was greatly increased. It was often said that the lifespan of an Essence Immortal was limited to 1 yuan, which was 129,600 years. However, in reality, many Essence Immortals could not reach this limit. On the one hand, it was because of the accumulation of injuries, which damaged his foundation and vitality and reduced his lifespan. On the other hand, it was related to the essence. Strictly speaking, there was a prerequisite for the so-called limit of an Essence Immortal's lifespan. Only Essence Immortals who had cultivated to the essence and could condense at the top would have the foundation to pursue a lifespan of 129,600 years. Double flower at one's prominence meant the pinnacle of the virtual immortal realm. At the same time, one of the 2 flowers was the essence. Only virtual immortals at this level had a chance of reaching the theoretical limit of a virtual immortal's lifespan of 1 yuan. If the twin flowers at one's prominence were the essence of Qi and the essence of God, one would reach the pinnacle of the virtual immortal realm and be a step away from the grand heavenly immortal realm. However, the limit of one's lifespan would be far less than a yuan. Among the three flowers, cultivating the flower of Qi had the most direct effect on a martial artist's actual combat ability. When the essence of Qi converged, the immortal essence of a martial artist's 5 Qi's unifications would be greatly enhanced in both quality and quantity. Under the nourishment of his Qi and blood, his body would also be strengthened. All in all, be it his offense, defense, speed, or reaction speed, they would all improve by leaps and bounds. Cultivating the Qi splendor usually meant that a warrior's strength was at the grand virtual immortal realm. With the essence of Qi gathered at the top of the head, a martial artist's combat prowess in a head-on battle would have a significant leap. From another perspective, the stronger a person was, the less likely it was for them to be harmed by others, and the less likely it was for them to die. This was also equivalent to increasing their lifespan and safety. Compared to the essence of Qi, the essence of God was similar to the essence of essence. Cultivating the essence of divinity would allow a martial artist's divine soul to become more agile, which was beneficial to a small increase in one's perception. More importantly, it was more beneficial for a martial artist's daily cultivation, study, and comprehend the supreme martial arts and the principles of the world, and it was more convenient for them to integrate everything they had learned. At the same time, to a certain extent, it was more beneficial for virtual immortals to challenge the origin heavenly tribulation and strive towards a higher level of grand heavenly immortal. Although the help it provided was limited, for existences like the origin heavenly tribulation, even a slight increase in the probability was already a great help to a martial artist. Each of the three flowers had its own wonders. No matter which one was cultivated, it would be a huge improvement for a martial artist. However, within this, there was a very important obstacle. That was, the more one cultivated the three flowers, the harder it was to cultivate. Cultivating one of the flowers wouldn't help in cultivating the other two flowers in the future. Instead, it would become a hindrance and increase the difficulty of cultivation. Even if one cultivated the essence of God, which was the most beneficial for daily cultivation, it would only help in comprehending the Tao. When a martial artist attempted to condense the other two flowers, it wouldn't benefit them at all. Instead, it would increase the difficulty. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. This was one of the most direct experiences. Since ancient times, virtual immortals who were stuck at the duo flowers converge crown realm weren't rare. Yin Zhaoge and the others had interacted with traveling monk Hui in Mu Jia, Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, Fuazi, Cover Removal Bodhisattva, and many other senior experts. It was precisely because of this that grand virtual immortals had to make their own decisions in cultivating the three flowers above the crown. Generally speaking, everyone's cultivation mainly depended on what they had learned. Different martial arts would have different effects on a martial artist's cultivation of the three flowers above the crown. For most people, they had to be down to earth. It wasn't easy to cultivate one flower. Naturally, they would cultivate the one with the most hope. If they managed to cultivate it, it would be greatly beneficial to them. Only, who wouldn't desire to reach a higher level after reaching this stage? He had to spend a lot of time thinking about this. For example, theoretically speaking, the essence of Qi and the essence of God were more obvious than the essence of essence in increasing one's combat prowess, especially during a head-on battle. However, while such a duo flowers converge crown was strong, the limit of one's lifespan was much lower than a yuan. Would the remaining lifespan be enough for him to cultivate the essence of essence? Three flowers converge crown, pass the origin heavenly tribulation, and break through to the grand heavenly immortal realm? After all, the three flowers converge crown was equivalent to 3 stages. The last stage was the most difficult. On the other hand, cultivating the essence of God and the essence of essence was theoretically the most beneficial for cultivation. It meant that one would have more time and stronger comprehension. From a certain perspective, it could even be said that the duo flowers combination had the highest chance of breaking through to the grand heavenly immortal realm. However, such a combination was also the weakest combination in terms of combat prowess. Theoretically speaking, one's lifespan was long, but it didn't mean that one could live for that long. Naturally, birth, aging, sickness, and death were all considered as death. As such, the cultivation sequence of the three flowers was an extremely important decision for most virtual immortals. However, this didn't seem to be a problem for Yin Zhaoge. After all, the current him was still too young. Yin Zhaoge's outstanding talents and strong momentum of ascension made everyone believe that unless his foundation was severely damaged by his enemies, Yin Zhaoge would ascend to the grand heavenly immortal realm in the future. Gao Han's title of Young Heavenly Lord was already well-deserved. The only question was when it would happen. Everyone believed that it wouldn't be too late. As such, even if Yin Zhaoge cultivated the essence of Qi and the essence of God first, and placed the essence of essence last, his natural lifespan should be sufficient. As such, Su Fei asked Yin Zhaoge which one he would place first, the essence of Qi and the essence of God. If it's me, I should try to condense the essence of God first, right? It's more beneficial for my current cultivation path. Yin Zhaoge touched his chin and answered, as for the choice between the essence of Qi and the essence of essence, it doesn't really matter if it's only compared to virtual immortals. Su Fei smiled and said, you're right. However, you should still choose the essence of Qi. The enemies that might be targeting you would definitely be in the grand heavenly immortal realm. Chapter 1629. In Xue Fei's opinion, no matter what Yin Zhaoge chose, even if it was the combination of the essence splendor and the god splendor, with the duo flowers converge crown, he would be able to sweep through the grand virtual realm and become the number one virtual immortal. In fact, if Yin Zhaoge managed to cultivate the Qi splendor first, he who had a single flower converge crown would already be able to dominate the entire great void. After all, Yin Zhaoge, who had just ascended to the grand void and had yet to start cultivating the three splendors, had already killed the ear-digging Arhut, a Buddhist Bani equivalent to Taoism's twin flowers at converge prominence, virtual immortal heavenly monarch. However, with Yin Zhaoge's current reputation, the opponents that would target him would at least be grand heavenly realm experts. To Yin Zhaoge, it was still very necessary for him to raise his strength a step further after successfully cultivating in the splendor of Qi. First try to condense the splendor of divinity, then observe a bit more. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge looked at Su Fei. Senior apprentice brother Su, you intend to recultivate in the three splendors. How is your progress? Su Fei said, I've already made some progress, but I still need to work harder. He, Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone, and Pan Pan shared the burden of three golden bodies of the great sage. At the same time that the golden body of the great sage gained immense combat power, the golden body of the great sage was also subtly influencing their bodies. As the two of them fused together, the boundary between them became thinner and thinner, causing their cultivation levels to become indistinct and unpredictable. However, this was not the bestowment of a great demon of the netherworld. There were some paths that had to be taken and difficulties that had to be overcome. In the end, they still had to rely on themselves. In particular, if one was unwilling to stop at the current level of the golden body of the great sage, which was the double flowers at one's prominence virtual immortal realm, then they would have to put in a lot of effort, and it would not be as easy as cultivating on their own. Realistically speaking, it was naturally a great bargain and a great fortuitous opportunity. However, there was always a limit to this fortuitous opportunity. If he wanted to surpass the limit and advance further, he had to do even more. If I can manifest the golden body of the great sage, I'll have less to worry about, Su Fei said. I'll just focus on condensing the essence and God essence. Yin Zhaoge nodded. I have the same intentions regarding the Northern Ocean clone. After manifesting the golden body of the great sage, be it Xue Fei, the North Ocean clone, or Pan Pan, all of them had expended a great deal of energy. Retraining the three essences and gathering the essence at the top would help them recover their vitality as quickly as possible. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to a disguised increase in direct combat strength. Unlike the others, the three of them were special. While Junior has achieved the human exalt realm, he is still far away from the immortal mortal tribulation. Hopefully, he won't be too hasty, said Yin Zhaoga. Of course. Su Fei smiled and said, now that he has enough confidence in himself, he is also becoming more and more composed. Yin Zhaoga could not help but laugh as he patted his head. It's my fault, always treating him like a child. Su Fei seemed to have thought of something and said, that's right, junior sister Sikong's foundation is gradually stabilizing. She will attempt to break through the great tribulation of immortality and mortality in the next few years, so she can't be distracted. A while ago, she requested to resign from her position as the first seat of the Technique Importation Hall. Of Broad Creed Mountain's higher echelon experts, other than Yuan Jingfeng, who had just passed the immortal mortal tribulation, there were also Fang Juan, Sikong Qing, Xia Guang, and Ying Longtu, who were preparing to attempt their immortal mortal tribulation. Where's the replacement? Yin Zhaoga asked. Under normal circumstances, the predecessor would recommend a successor for such a voluntary resignation. Although the sect might not necessarily allow it, the opinions of the predecessors would definitely be taken into consideration. After all, Broad Creed Mountain currently did not have any obvious internal factions, with no power struggles involved within. Marshal Aunt Fu and junior sister Sikong came together, Su Fei said. Yin Zhaoga realized. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu is going to take over junior apprentice sister Sikong's position? It's probably because of Junior, right? Shui Fei sighed. Yin Zhaoga could not help but sigh emotionally. Fu Enchu was Feng Yunxing and Sikong Qing's master. In reality, after Sikong Qing's cultivation had reached a certain level, she had taken over the position of the first seat of the Technique Inheritance Hall from Fu Enchu. When a younger generation grew up and had some achievements, the older generation would pass on their duties with peace of mind. Then, they would cultivate in peace and ignore the mundane affairs, striding towards a higher level of martial arts. It was not just Broad Creed Mountain. This was the norm for most sects in the world. Fu Enchu's cultivation wasn't slow either, as she had already attained the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late Immortal Bridge stage, just a step away from the Human Exalt realm. Compared to the limit of her lifespan, she was still extremely young. However, the pupils surpassed the master. Not mentioning Feng Yinsheng, Sikong Qing had also clearly surpassed Fu Enchu. Especially in terms of momentum, Sikong Qing was clearly stronger than her master. This was even more important than her current surpassing. It meant that barring any major unforeseen circumstances, Fu Enchu would have no chance of surpassing her master in the future. It was the same for Ying Longtu and Xia Guang. It was fine if they were the third generation of Broad Creed Mountain. Moreover, the peak of Broad Creed Mountain's fourth generation disciples, Shi Jun, had similarly already attained the peak of the 10th level of the Martial Saint realm. The younger generation was not just taking over. Now, the new generation was truly replacing the old. Fu Enchu had always been competitive. Still, as Shi Jun surpassed her now, she seemed to finally feel at ease. It was not that she had lost her drive and drive. She still had the motivation and potential to improve, just as she was no longer so stubborn. Her passing down the position of first seat of the Martial Inheritance Hall to Sikong Qing that year was a form of acknowledgement. Now that she had succeeded Sikong Qing and assumed this position once more, it was another form of affirmation. Since her disciple was more suited to ascend to the higher realms than her, it would not be strange for her to replace her, allowing her disciple to cultivate without distractions. While senior apprentice Aunt Fu is competitive, and sometimes even a little unreasonable, her feelings for our Broad Creed Mountain are still indisputable, Yin Zhaoga smiled. Moreover, it is also just a temporary replacement for a period of time, right? If junior apprentice sister Sikong succeeds in her breakthrough and doesn't replace her, more youngsters would still be able to grow up. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu would still be able to focus on her cultivation. Ever since the sky beyond heavens had been established, 100 years had passed. Not only had Si Kong Qing, Xia Guang, Ing Long Tu, and Shi Jun grown up, younger descendants of Broad Creed Mountain had also appeared. Fu Inshu was just a temporary replacement. There would definitely be younger juniors who would grow up and take over. This included Shi Jun, who would likely temporarily replace Xia Guang as the first seat of the disciplinary hall, allowing Xia Guang to focus on his cultivation. Still, Shi Jun would most likely step down and prepare for the immortal mortal tribulation like Si Kong Qing and Xia Guang. At that time, suitable successors would also appear. Passing down the torch was just like that. My seclusion this time might be long or short. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother Su and the rest with regards to external matters. Yin Zhaoga said, Still, I don't have to go into seclusion. If there's anything urgent, feel free to tell me. Su Fei smiled. I look forward to your results when you come out of seclusion. He clenched his right hand into a fist and extended it forward. Yin Zhaoga smiled and did the same. He clenched his fist and bumped it with Su Fei's fist before bidding farewell and leaving. Chapter 16:30. When an immortal realm martial artist went into seclusion, the time they spent in seclusion could be long or short. The shortest time was a few years, but the longest time could be 100 years, 1,000 years, or even longer. For them, a single session of seclusion could be the time from birth to death for many people. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the more difficult it would be. The higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it would be to continue advancing, the more effort one would have to put in, the more resources one would have to consume, and the more time one would have to spend. Essence immortals, mystic immortals, and even perfected immortals could be stuck at the same realm for thousands of years. Many Taoist heavenly monarchs, Buddhist bandis, demon race small saints, and 9 underworlds demon monarchs had already ascended to the Great Void Realm, achieving the 5 Qis unifications. But even now, he was still standing there, looking up at the zenith heaven. After obtaining the immortal extermination formation, the orthodox Taoism finally had a chance to develop stably. From then on, time flew by unknowingly. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. In 100 years, the Taoism's prime clear bigwigs, the incongruence Divine Mother and the Cloud Sky Fairy, opened up 2 more universes. They stood side by side with the other Taoism heavens and turned into a beautiful fairyland. After several generations of people in the mortal world, the 2 universes and the many worlds within them also began to take shape. The entire Taoist sect was flourishing. Apart from the Taoism, the Western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountain Starry Sea of Demons were no longer as intense as before. Although they were not as secluded as before, the Orthodox Buddhist sects and the demon race were much more stable and focused on their own development. The Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, on the other hand, were unavoidable. They continued to clash with one another. This kind of thing was helpful to both sides in stabilizing their faith, so the confrontation was under the conscious control of both sides. Due to the rise of the Orthodox Taoism, both sides became more restrained. However, after 100 years, the conflict between the 2 sides finally began to intensify, and there were signs of another large-scale war breaking out. The Western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountain Starry Seas were relatively quiet. The Taoism's 3 clear lineage also seemed to be unconcerned about the matter. However, the movement and probing of the Orthodox Taoism had never stopped. Instead, it was becoming more and more frequent. It was different from how the Orthodox Taoist sects had to take advantage of the war to have more space to move around. Currently, the 2 heretics had to be wary of the Orthodox Taoism's attitude in order to determine if they were determined to engage in an all-out war, preventing the 3 clear lineage from taking advantage of the situation. So, in the end, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, 2 Tao realm mighty figures, are biding their time and leaving the battlefield to those below the Tao realm. In the sky beyond skies, on the Broad Creed Mountain, the guest Meng Wan said while resting her chin on her hand. Feng Yunsheng, who was in front of her, nodded. That's right. Although they haven't gone all out, the battle between the two sides is still fierce and cruel. The all-out war between the heretics occurs once every 100 years. Now, it's time again, but I don't know how long it will last this time. It shouldn't be as continuous as last time for 100 years, Mengwan said. The conversation between the two of them was through voice transmission. This was because Guan Yulao of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, who had yet to attain the human exalt stage, was still seated before him. Although Guan Yulao didn't know what they were talking about, she could roughly guess what they were talking about based on their expressions. At her current level, although there were still many taboos regarding matters of the heretics, she had a rough understanding of some things. She understood that Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan were being considerate towards her. Sister Yunsheng, is there any confirmed news regarding the yellow earth apricot flag? Guan Yulao didn't ask much about the heretics and asked about something else. There is news, but it might not be conclusive, Feng Yunsheng answered. Southern Extremity Taoist and the others are only giving it a try. Meng Wan and Guan Yulao's expressions didn't change when they heard Feng Yunsheng addressing the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor as such. They had long gotten used to it. When Feng Yunsheng had just returned from the 9 underworlds, she was already in the virtual immortal realm. Many people couldn't get used to it for a while. After getting used to it, she then transcended the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the grand heavenly realm. That was even more shocking. Although Feng Yunsheng had always concealed her aura due to personal reasons and manifested her form, no one had forgotten one thing. Up until today, other than the great sage equaling heavens, she was still the #1 expert in the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven. She was the Taoism's grand heavenly immortal who presided over this cosmos. At her cultivation realm, besides the direct descendants and close relatives, everyone in the Tao sect who hadn't reached the golden immortal realm had to address her respectfully as the heavenly exalt Luo Yuan, or the Doomsday heavenly exalt according to etiquette when they met her. Her full title was the Supreme Heavenly Exalt Luo Yuan, the Dark Sun devouring Grand Sun World Chaos Doomsday Heavenly Exalt. Only, Feng Yunsheng didn't mind it. That was why she wasn't so strict with those who were close to her. Outsiders such as Gao Han and Ling Qing would have to address her with a title to show their respect when they saw her. Feng Yunsheng addressed the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor as a Taoist because she was humble and respected him for achieving the Tao earlier. In terms of strength, it would be a different story. The yellow earth apricot flag holds a special meaning. It would naturally be best if we could find it. However, there's no need to be too conflicted before we have any concrete clues. Meng Wan consoled Guan Yulao. Guan Yulao nodded. You're right. However, I can't help but think about it. After all, just like what Sister Yunsheng said, Mahamyuri is truly powerful. Among the grand heavenly realm experts, Taoism's people were still afraid of Mahamyuri. After the battle for the immortal extermination formation, it would take a long time for the great sage equaling heavens to manifest. Although Taoism still had experts like Yang Jian, they weren't confident in facing Mahamyuri. Since the great Taoist Master Xian Du failed to retrieve the floating flame flag from the Elder Lord, Taoism's people would find it troublesome to face Mahamyuri most of the time. Naturally, everyone recalled the jade illusory defensive treasure, the yellow earth apricot flag, which was known as the floating flame flag and the green lotus flag. With this treasure in hand, it would be much easier for them to face Mahamyuri. However, the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were coveting this treasure as well. Only, no one had any concrete clues to find the yellow earth apricot flag's whereabouts. Sister Yunsheng, can't you deal with Mahamyuri even if you suddenly ambush him? Guan Yulao asked, slightly unwilling to give up. If I were to ambush him, there's an 80% chance that his 5-color divine light would be able to react in time. Feng Yunsheng answered honestly. Although my saber light is capable of destroying all techniques, Mahamyuri's foundations are much sturdier than mine. The 5-color divine light can be reborn whenever it dissipates. If we were to continue in a stalemate, his chances of winning would be much higher. Meng Wan smiled and said, senior apprentice sister, it'll be fine if you accumulate more. After all, Mahamayuri was born during the primordial era, much earlier than you. However, he should have already reached the highest level of attainment. It's extremely difficult for him to take another step forward, while you're still improving by leaps and bounds. Guan Yulua was slightly worried. Sister Yinsheng, we'll be fine if you change your martial path saber intent halfway through. Chapter 1631. When her cultivation realm was still low, Feng Yinsheng was already known for her combat prowess. If she did not make a trip to the 9 underworlds, her cultivation speed would only be above average. Many of her innate talents were only revealed when she fought with others in actual combat. After returning from the 9 underworlds, due to special reasons, her strength had been improving at an extremely fast pace. She had to suppress it from time to prevent herself from being too hasty. When she fought with others, she was even sharper. Even when she reached the Grand Heavenly Realm and Grand Heavenly Realm, not many could match her. With this foundation, Feng Yunsheng did not stop. Instead, she advanced even further. Although her methods were controversial, she was indeed one of the most threatening Grand Heavenly Immortals of the Orthodox Taoism. It was fine if she did not make a move. Once she made a move, a bigwig expert would usually perish. Some people did not mind doing sneak attacks and assassinations. Some were even willing to do it. However, the absolute arts and individual strength that they cultivated might not be suitable for it. Some people had the ability to do it, but they might not be willing to do it. Feng Yunsheng was not only skilled in this aspect, but also did not mind using it. This caused her already sharp lethality to be amplified many times. Currently, in the eyes of the Western Pure Lands, the demon race, and the other experts, Feng Yunsheng was more dangerous than the incongruous Divine Mother, the Cloud Sky Fairy, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other Grand Heavenly Immortals. However, whenever Guan Yulua thought about this, she would always feel a sense of loss. In the past, Feng Yunsheng's martial Dao saber intent had always been open and above board, grand and domineering. Her temperament was also very different from the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua. The current changes made Guan Yulua worried that it would affect Feng Yunsheng's future. She was also worried that such saber arts would affect Feng Yunsheng's will. Yulua, don't worry about me. Feng Yunsheng patted her hand and said with a smile, although my current bladesmanship has changed from when I was in the past, it is just like the opposite of light and darkness and the coexistence of yin and yang. Today's change will not dampen my martial arts faith. On the contrary, it may be an improvement. This is the path that I have planned. Don't worry. Guan Yulua nodded thoughtfully. Unlike Guan Yulua, Mengwan had already pushed open the immortal door. She looked at Feng Yunsheng without saying a word, shaking her head slightly in her heart. Senior sister, you're right. You can walk this path, but it might not be your only choice, right? Even if you can walk it, there will be many dangers and it won't be smooth. Perhaps other paths will be smoother for you. Mengwan thought to herself, behind the splendor of this era, there's an inseparable darkness. Although she was thinking a lot, she didn't show it on her face. She smiled and changed the topic, no longer talking about this matter. As they chatted, Feng Yunsheng's expression suddenly changed. Huh, Zhaoga has come out. While it was not as shocking as when Yin Zhaoga's 5-cheese unification had ascended to Grand Void that year, Mengwan and Guan Yulua had not sensed it at all. Still, they naturally believed in Feng Yunsheng's judgment. Both of them smiled as they stood up to bid farewell to Feng Yunsheng. There was no need for pleasantries between Feng Yunsheng and them. After agreeing to chat again next time, she sent them off before heading to the back mountains of Broad Creed Mountain. When she arrived in front of the cave where Yin Zhaoga was in seclusion, the cave manor's door automatically opened. The cave manor's furnishings were simple, with only a few prayer mats. After Feng Yunsheng entered, she saw Yin Zhaoga sitting in the meditative position on a prayer mat. Radiance flickered above his head, forming a bright radiance of divinity. 5-cheese unification, 3 flowers converge crown. Yin Zhaoga had successfully taken the first step. As the radiance circulated above his head, It seemed to contain boundless profundities, connecting the heavens and the earth. However, it didn't cause any ripples or attract anyone's attention, as if it was illusory. The ethereal radiance bloomed, resembling formless flower petals scattered all over the ground, continuously drifting towards the outside world. Leaving the cave manor, leaving the broad Creed Mountain, leaving the sky beyond skies, even leaving the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven, it extended all the way into the boundless void. The elephant is formless, the loudest sound is silent. Seeing this, Feng Yunsheng praised, Zhaoge, you've deeply grasped the profundities of the great Tao. Yin Zhaoge smiled, retracted the radiance above his head, and returned to his Niwen palace. He stood up, held Feng Yunsheng's hand, and walked out of the cave manor together. I've tried many new ideas, which is why I spent some time. However, the results are pretty good. As Yin Zhaoge spoke, he asked, do you have any information on the whereabouts of the soul-shattering jade? Out of the 3 treasures required to treat Yu Yi, the blood-cord stone pith, the soul-shattering jade, and the spirit ocean essence, Yin Zhaoge wasn't in seclusion. Every once in a while, the broad Creed Mountain would gather important information and send it to his cave manor. As such, although Yin Zhaoge had been focusing on cultivation for the past few years, he had never lost contact with the outside world. Out of the 3 treasures, only the soul-shattering jade remained unheard of. As such, the first thing Yin Zhaoge asked after coming out of seclusion was this. Currently, there's no news about it. Senior Gao intends to wait for a few more days. If there's still no news about it, then we might as well stop waiting, answered Feng Yunsheng. Yin Zhaoge nodded silently. After a while, he asked again, how's the news about the Wuji apricot yellow flag? Previously, the information regarding the Wuji apricot yellow flag was already mentioned. As such, Yin Zhaoge was aware of it. We still don't have any concrete clues. Feng Yunsheng shook her head. Taoist Yang and Taoist Southern Extremity Longevity are both doing their best to search for it. Yang Jian and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor were of the Jade, clear lineage. Naturally, they were the most concerned about the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Unfortunately, most of the clues they could find were like trying to fish for the moon in the water. Their value was limited. The two chatted about all sorts of things. They weren't limited to the matters of the outside world, nor were they limited to discussing the Tao. Instead, Feng Yunsheng talked about the various trivial matters that Yin Zhaoge had seen during his seclusion. In the end, Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, our remaining sea calming pearl can be put to use now. Oh, you have a plan in mind? Feng Yunsheng raised her brows. Yin Zhaoge said, I have a preliminary plan. We'll act according to the situation. Then, the two exited the sky beyond skies and the vermilion royal reed heaven. Yin Zhaoge repeated the same trick. Just like how he established the vermilion royal reed heaven, he used the sea calming pearl to establish another universe, which was on par with the vermilion royal reed heaven and the other Taoism heavens within the boundless void. Such a commotion couldn't be hidden from others. The Taoism experts in the nearby Taoism heavens were the first to notice it. In the faraway void, the other forces who were scouting for information were also attracted by it. Yin Zhaoge didn't plan on hiding it. He continued doing his own thing. No one else came to disturb him. Everyone silently watched another universe being established. Should we ask junior apprentice Brother Lon to arrange for some people to migrate over? Asked Feng Yunsheng. Just migrate the mortals over to a different world to live. Yin Zhaoge answered. The various martial sects shouldn't interfere. I have my own arrangements for this universe. Chapter 1632. Feng Yunsheng looked at the new universe in front of her with great interest. Is it only convenient for you to wantonly splash ink on a piece of white paper? You don't have to go that far, right? While Yin Zhaoge had yet to ascend to the grand heavenly realm, his prestige within the Taoism heavenly realms wasn't any inferior to the Taoism heavenly lords. Moreover, this new universe was personally created by him in the first place. It's indeed not to that extent. It's just that this way, the results of my early experiments will be more accurate, which will also be more beneficial for the adjustments and arrangements afterwards, Yin Zhaoge chuckled as he stroked his lower chin. I'll leave it to you. Feng Yunxing didn't object. As the two were chatting, they suddenly received a message from Zhu Luo's Royal Reed Heaven. Zhu Luo's message from Royal Reed Heaven was also conveyed. The source came from Crimson Light and Yang Tian. That was a new universe that the incongruence Divine Mother had established with a sea calming pearl. Like the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, it bore the names of Crimson Light and Yang Heaven of Taoism's 36 heavens of pre-Great Calamity times. After the roving Jade Heavens moved from the awakened sky cosmos to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, they moved to the Crimson Light cosmos and the Yang Sky cosmos as one of their foundations. Crimson Bright and Yang Tian didn't forbid the descendants of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages from interacting with each other. However, comparatively speaking, the descendants of the Prime Clear lineage were definitely in the majority. Back then, the incongruence Divine Mother had been gravely injured. After recovering from her injuries, she had established this cosmos. Not only was it her new Tao arena and cave manor, it was also the paradise of the Prime Clear lineage's descendants. She had continuously spread her wings and flourished within it. Currently, the incongruence Divine Mother had replaced the Cloud Sky Fairy and was controlling the immortal extermination formation, merging with the void. Gao Qingxian was overseeing Crimson Bright and Yang Tian. The news from there to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven was related to Broad Creed Mountain. It was the Broad Creed Mountain's disciple, Yin Zhaoge, and Feng Yunxing's junior apprentice brother, Ying Long Tu. While out adventuring, he met with the prime, clear successors of the Crimson Radiant sect and the Yang Heaven sect. Together, they helped to search for the final treasure needed to treat Yu Yi, the sole, instantaneous jade. In the process of searching, the whereabouts of the soul-killing jade were still unclear, but they temporarily lost contact with Ying Long Tu. Ying Long Tu was one of Yin Zhaoge's closest disciples. His disappearance was naturally no small matter. Those descendants of the prime, clear lineage couldn't find him, so they didn't dare to be careless. They hurriedly contacted Crimson Bright and Yang Tian, as well as the roving Jade Heavens. After receiving the news, the Dragon Spring Heavenly Monarch, Long Xingquan, personally set off to look for Ying Long Tu. The roving Jade Heavens didn't conceal the truth. They immediately informed the sky beyond skies of Zhu Luo's Royal Reed Heaven, as well as the Broad Creed Mountain. Han Long has lost contact with us. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing exchanged looks. While they were still used to calling Ying Long Tu by his nickname in private, the two naturally knew that the current Ying Long Tu was no longer the immature child of the past. Perhaps his temperament was still somewhat honest and sincere, but at most, he could be said to be somewhat honest. The current Ying Long Tu was definitely not an idiot. He also had a lot of experience and often went out alone. For him to suddenly lose contact, it must mean that he really ran into some trouble that was hard to deal with. The two returned to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven and entered the sky beyond skies, returning to the Broad Creed Mountain. The first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's assignment hall, Lan Wenyin, was waiting there, his expression rather solemn. After meeting him, he said, "Over at our clan side, junior apprentice brother Ying has also not sent a letter back for some time. In the endless void of outer space, communication was difficult to begin with. A temporary loss of connection wouldn't draw much attention. This was a limitation of objective conditions. Generally speaking, people who went out for a long time would contact each other regularly. However, Ying Long Tu's current situation was clearly worth paying attention to." Yin Zhaoge stood there, not understanding. Jade green luster flickered within his pupils, with numerous threads of light flickering within. Under the circulation of the origin heavenly scripture, the past and the future appeared in front of Yin Zhaoge's eyes. It was just that other than the jade green luster, Yin Zhaoge's pupils seemed to be filled with layers of bewilderment. No wonder we lost contact. Han Long, current location should be somewhat special, similar to the original nebula or the starry river tributary. After a while, Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes. However, his life should not be in danger. After hearing this, Feng Yunsheng and Lan Wenyin instantly let out a slight sigh of relief. Also, there seems to be some Buddhist bigwigs active there. They are also deducing the clues of karma, causing a disturbance. Currently, the things that we can see are very limited. Yin Zhaoge opened his eyes and shook his head. Feng Yunsheng instantly frowned. Western Pure Lands. Looks like I have to personally make a trip there and find more substantial clues before I can make further deductions. Yin Zhaoge lightly tapped on his temple. Currently, Yin Di wasn't in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, while Su Fei was in seclusion. If Yin Zhaoge didn't exit seclusion this time, Feng Yunsheng might have to make a trip there. Now that Yin Zhaoge had exited seclusion, he intended to go out and exercise his muscles, while Feng Yunsheng remained in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven. Be careful of being targeted by others, reminded Feng Yunsheng. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Things are different now. I'm very safe as long as I can't track your movements. Others would be even more afraid of being targeted by you. Feng Yunsheng was used to keeping her aura concealed. While she resided in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, her movements were always unpredictable to the outside world. You should still be careful, Feng Yunsheng said. The other party might first probe the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven. If I don't show myself, the other party will take advantage of me. If I show myself, I'll be held back by the other party's grand heavenly immortal and won't be able to assist you. Yin Zhaoge said, Don't worry. The North Ocean clone and Pan Pan will follow me there. I'll pay attention to your side. If there's an emergency, I'll head over. Feng Yunsheng said decisively. If anything happens in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, Daoist Saw and Daoist Cloudy Sky can take care of it. Yin Zhaoge laughed. You're hurting my pride by saying that. You're thick-skinned. You're not afraid, said Feng Yunsheng as a matter of fact. You're making me feel even sadder. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said with a serious expression, Don't worry, it'll be fine. I don't have any ominous premonitions. Instead, it might be an auspicious premonition. An auspicious premonition. Feng Yunsheng pondered. After Yin Zhaoge bade farewell to her and Lan Wenyin, he brought the North Ocean clone and Pan Pan out of the sky beyond skies. They left the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven and entered the void's boundless outskirts. Xue Fei was in seclusion. While the three golden bodies of the great sage could be manifested separately, it would still take some time before they could combine to manifest the great sage equaling heaven's true body. After all, the battle to seize the immortal extermination formation had consumed a lot of energy. As such, Yin Zhaoge didn't disturb Xue Fei this time and continued on his way. He first paid a visit to Crimson Bright and Yang Tian before entering the roving Jade Heavens to pay a visit to Gao Xuebua. Afterwards, he obtained directions from Gao Xuebua before entering the boundless void's outskirts to meet with the prime clear successor who had met Long too. While walking, Yin Zhaoge's origin heavenly scripture was also circulating. The closer he got to the region where Long Tu had lost contact with him, the more things he could see and the more clues he could find. Yin Zhaoge gradually understood what was going on. However, he wasn't in a rush. Instead, he went to meet up with Long Xingchuan, who had arrived earlier than him.